Happy Saturday, everyone, and welcome to the final day of Mecum Houston. For the last 3 days, NRG Center right here in H-Town has set the tone for some of the coolest, fastest, most unique cars to cross the block and find themselves a new home. And today, the stakes are even higher, the cars are even faster, and well, it's going to be unique with a capital U. Hi, everyone. I'm Shannon Spake. Welcome to Mecum Houston. Welcome to ESPN Plus. We're so happy to have you here for the next 6 hours. I used a lot of adjectives in the last couple sentences. One that I did not use, however, is rare, because we have some rare babies out here today as well, including this one, 1962 Ford Thunderbird Sports Roadster. This is an M code. There's just one of 58 that are known surviving, but it gets even more rare than that. The raven black exterior color with the interior red. There's only one of 4 just like this. This will be crossing the block a little bit later, but Chris Jacobs is with one that'll be turning heads for a more powerful reason.
Oh, you know that, Shannon. This is a debut. In 2023, when Dodge introduced the D170, they were top dogs in the horsepower market at 1025. Well, Corvette says, I'll see your 1,025, and I'm going to raise you 39. Behold, the 2026 Corvette ZR1 with 1,064 horsepower. Oh my goodness, this thing is such a beast. Darth Vader's muscle car, if you will. Only 9 miles on this car. It is powered by a twin-turbo 5.5-liter V8, 8-speed dual-clutch automatic transmission, and the massive brakes. Look at them, 10 pistons in front, 6 pistons in the rear. Oh my goodness, only 9 miles on this car. It is going to be getting some serious attention when it goes across the block later today, Shannon.
9 miles. Bill Stevens and Scott Hoke will definitely have something to say about that one. It is absolutely beautiful. So many great cars that'll go across the block. Let's throw it to the guys to kick things off right now.
All right, Shannon, thank you very much, and thank you to Chris as well. There's a lot of excitement in Houston, of course, with the astronauts getting ready to return home, the Artemis II astronauts returning home today, but we've got a different kind of excitement here. Chris touched on it, Shannon touched on it. We've got that ZR1, part of 6 really good Corvettes, and we've got 5 Z28s coming up. And that is just the tip of the iceberg today.
And we're in a great area right here for people to buy cars and to be able to drive them almost year-round down here in Houston, Texas. So that's why people get excited when Mecum comes to town.
Absolutely. And I know you get excited when all kinds of Chevys come to the block. Tell me about one that's extra special today.
Extra special. This 1967 GT500. Okay, first year for the big block. Now, the GT500 came with a Police Interceptor 428. This one has had the 428 Cobra jet transplanted into it with those 2 4-barrel carburetors. The only Shelby Mustang ever to come from Shelby with 2 4s. 4-speed car. Also, this car was delivered new to Al Grillo Ford right near my house in Lynn, Massachusetts. That was a big Shelby dealer back in the 1960s. Lime gold paint, white Le Mans stripes, 10-spoke mags. This is in the Shelby registry, and it comes with a Marty report, and we'll see it on the block before today is done.
And a lot of attention will be focused on that car and many others here. Terrific crowd as we open things up. Our first car that we'll discuss today, 1957 Ford Thunderbird.
Yeah, the final year for the Baby Bird, the 2-seater. This one with the optional 312, the 245 horsepower V8. There's the engine dress-up kit and automatic transmission with that striking raven black paint job.
40's a current bid. I know it's not what we're looking for.
Got to have those real wire wheels too.
Oh man, that just sets them apart.
Yep.
Don't they?
And the other wheel treatments aren't exactly ugly, but those are, I think, just so superior, especially with the big white walls.
Agreed. $40,000. Blake Baugh there in our lower left corner is trying to work it out with the consigners. And at this point, it looks like, I see Amos Minter and...
hey! 45 all in. Thank you.
45,000.
And his son Justin there.
The reserve and hopefully
On the upper left.
Sold the last car, 45,000 francs right now. This one, 40,000.
Well, they bought that car.
They bought the car.
Yeah, so my guess is they are going to do some extra special minter magic to that Thunderbird at some point. They're from up in the North Dallas area, and we see some world-class Thunderbirds come out of Amos Minter's shop for sure.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's a sign of how great they are, because you're buying a car that's already been restored, and they're going to take it up another couple of levels.
Yep. Okay, good way to start, and we'll continue with the 2005 Bentley Continental GT.
Oh, one of those velvet hammers. Here we go. That jelly bean styling there that is so unforgettable on these cars. They stayed with this styling theme for so long, and you never get tired of looking at them. This one with the big 6-liter W12 12-cylinder engine, 552 horsepower. Of course, the automatic and the all-wheel drive and the leather interior, and a bunch of extra cost options, but hard to distinguish between the standard features and the optional features, because these cars came with almost everything without checking off any boxes.
Yes, they did, and that gentleman just shelled out $29,000 for it.
Wow, good for him. That car only has a little over 27,000 miles on the odometer.
Even better.
Yeah.
Okay, 1974 Pontiac Trans Am.
Well, those were important Trans Ams, 1973 and 1974. They brought the curtain down on what you could call real classic Pontiac performance as the Super Duty cars were phased out. This one of 4,648 factory L75 455s that were produced that year. This has been rebuilt to Super Duty specs. Not born as a Super Duty, but it has as much, if not more, performance. They've even put some aftermarket parts on this, such as the Edelbrock Performer heads with roller rockers, Performer intake, the Edelbrock 4-barrel carburetor. So this one will get it on.
That's like a Super Duty replica plus.
Yeah, a little added mustard on this one.
Well, the high bid at $30,000, and I know we are just underway, but there's been some activity on the block even before we came on the air that we want to update you on. Check this out. 6-figure time before our air window. $110,000 hammer price on this 2015 McLaren 650S. That's Aurora Blue. They've done more than $140,000 in upgrades to that twin-turbo 3.8-liter V8. Now, as I mentioned, 6 figures for this SRT Demon 170 from 2023, only 89 miles. Can you believe it? 115 grand is all. That's a bargain for those cars. But this is the leader in the clubhouse, so to speak, right now. And I love this. A 2017 Audi R8 Quattro, that's all-wheel drive, 532 horse V10. Bill sold a little while ago for $120,000. And all three of those cars from the Tony Gullo Estate Collection. So that has kind of set the bar already today for us in Houston. Now to a 1935 Ford Cabriolet.
It's a hot rod. It's actually combining some classic looks, classic style, with some upgraded performance. Has a small block Chevrolet engine, automatic transmission. They put air conditioning in this. But otherwise, full-fended car, the Jenny wheels, and wide white wall tires, and the spare tire on the bustle.
Oh, and so much eyeball to go with it. And that is going to a new owner. We'll be back after our first break of the day. Stay with us. We are back in Houston, the NRG Center, part of NRG Park. Once again this year, our 4th event, and we are right in the middle of springtime, and lots of folks are anxious to get out and hit the road again. And the next car up for us on the block is a 72 Nova that we're already in the mid-40s.
Yes, we are. A lot of work has been done to this underneath that hood. We've got a 408 cubic inch small block. What's a 408? Well, you take a 350, a little bit of boring, a little bit of stroking, and before you know it, you got a 408. It's got Dart aluminum block and aftermarket heads as well, adding to the horsepower. Shannon?
Oh, yeah, guys, I was just talking to the seller, and he is standing here just watching on. Said this is the first time that he's ever sold a car here at Mecum. He has bought a lot, but never sold one, and just shook his head and said he's done so much work to this car. Asked him what his favorite part of it was, and he just said everything. I personally love the blue color. I said, what color do you call that? What color blue? And he just looked at me and he said, dark blue? But it is really pretty under the lights here.
It sure is, and that is not a color we see often in a Chevy Nova, which makes it even better, Shannon. Yes.
Yeah, it's packing some power. I mentioned the aluminum heads. Also, the aluminum intake is from Mark Konark. He's a real wizard. Richmond 5-speed manual transmission, work underneath, got a Heights front subframe, rack and pinion power steering, and 4-wheel disc brakes. Great build. Congratulations to that owner for bringing this car here and really kind of lighting up the auction block with it.
Well, and he's gonna take it home. He's not gonna let it go for $51,000. So
I wouldn't.
First-time consigner, it can be nerve-wracking to be sure, but he knows what he has, and he's gonna maybe save it for a different day. Here's a '66 Corvette convertible, Brother Bill, selling at no reserve.
Yeah, we're going horsepower crazy here. 425 horsepower L72, 427, the first year for that engine in the '66 Corvette. I had one of these, and let me tell you something. With a 4-speed and 411 gears, you mash the throttle, and you'll probably see the next. You'll go into the 4th dimension with this car. Things happen so fast. I'm not kidding. This one, the beautiful black outside, black interior, and a couple of options, including those great Corvette side exhausts.
And this one hammers for $57,000. That's the first of 7 cars from the Mike Flash collection. They're all selling at no reserve. And that 66 is leaving us to make room for another one with a mouse motor.
Yeah. We went from the 427, the first year for the 427 in the Corvette, now to another 66 Corvette. And this has the L79 350 horsepower 327. So this was actually the most powerful 327 you could get in the 66 Corvette. Fuel injection was long gone the year earlier. This one with a 4-speed as well. Now Nassau blue, white convertible top, looks great. Black inside and the side exhaust, and it's got knockoff wheels as well.
I was going to say that L79 mouse motor, give those big rat motors a run for their money.
Well, they would actually, and there were a lot of people. I remember back when I had Corvettes that we had constant debates about whether you would have a well-tuned small block, with the right carburation, right cam, and everything that could give a big block Corvette all it wanted all day long.
Indeed. Well, here we go. $52,000 buys that 66 convertible. Next up, from 1967, also from the Mike Flash collection, here comes a customized Chevelle with some big cubes.
Yeah, it's horsepower in a box. It's a crate V8, 502, 4-speed transmission with a Hurst shifter. Boy, we've had our share of black cars already this morning. Here's another one. Black exterior with a black interior. You got your vintage air that's been added, AM/FM Pioneer, cassette radio. Stuart Warner Tack has been added. He's got a good look at the engine room there. Very well detailed. Super Sport wheels, Mickey Thompson white leather tires. Those are American Racing Mags, I believe. 5 spokes, all chromed out.
Yeah, I think you're right on the wheels.
Yeah, not Super Sport wheels. There were Super Sport wheels that were optional back in 1967 on a Chevelle, but those probably were switched out maybe before the car came to the block.
Sharp car.
Yes, sir.
Triple black, $50,000. Well, this is our first RSSS Camaro today. It's from 1967. First year of the Camaro.
Yeah, and you get a big block and first year, a 396. And this one has it with a 4-speed. Once again, we're talking about a black car with a black interior. Rolling on rally wheels. First year for those as well. And we did not get a look underneath the hood yet. Maybe we will. I just want to check and see what 396 we've got here. Oh, high-rise aluminum intake, big Holly 4-barrel. I'd call that a 375 horse, 396. That's the big boy. And the concealed headlights, that RS package. You know, if I could change one thing about classic muscle cars, having driven so many, it would be a thicker steering wheel. You drive these cars, the steering wheels really don't have a lot of substance to them. They're really narrow when you put your hands around them. And the fatter that steering wheel, the more control you feel you have when you're steering the car.
You know, I would be inclined to agree with you, and I don't think that is just your imagination. No. You know what I mean? I mean, the thick race cars typically have thicker wheels, right?
Yeah, but sure.
But though you're right, they can just feel like they're going to snap off in your hand.
Absolutely. I'm talking Mopars, Chevys, Fords,
all of them.
All of them.
Okay, let's see. What was the final number on that one? Sold for $56,000. So we'll move to 68 RS Z28 this time.
Yeah, it's the Z28 with that RS Rally Sport package, and there is that 302 V8. So legendary, and that's basically what you get when you take a 327, sometimes a 350, and you put that 283 cubic inch crankshaft in there. And Chevy had to do that to make it legal for the Trans Am series, a 305 cubic inch limit on the displacement. All of the Z28s came from the factory with 4 speeds. This one, 4-speed and Muncie shifter. Great color scheme, no bones about it. Such a popular color palette on these cars. The blue with the white stripes. And the Firestone wide oval white letter tires. Boy, a whole muscle car generation grew up with those Firestone wide ovals.
$58,000 buys that RS Z28. I remember one of the Firestone, growing up in Indianapolis, and everybody knew Mario Andretti, and you see Andretti Firestone Service Center out on the west side of Indy. As a 6-7-year-old kid, I thought Mario used to work at the shop, and I would want to go in and say hi.
And you probably...
I was crushed.
I was going to say, you felt so disappointed when you couldn't find him.
Yes. Anyway, here's an RS SS convertible, this time from 1969.
Oh, the 1969 Camaro, good Lord. This probably will be on the Mount Rushmore of muscle cars someday. 396 in this one with a 4-speed. Once again, we're talking about a black car, white stripes, the black convertible top. Yep, triple black. Yeah, they didn't put the top down on this convertible, unfortunately, to give us a better look inside. But I'm sure the inside is just as presentable as the outside in this car. Very well presented.
Ice cube trays, that's always a talking point, right?
Yep.
And again, no reserve.
Give 60. Give 60.
60. Behind him, Travis. About 3 rows behind him, he's out at 61,000.
Yeah, those faux injector stacks not found on the 69 Z28.
Yeah, congratulations.
On the SS and RS cars.
All right.
They were pretty common.
That gentleman right there is anxious to get behind the wheel of that Camaro. As well he should be. Very nice. 1970 Chevelle Super Sport this time as we wrap up this Mike Flash collection.
Yeah, big block car, 454. Of course, obviously, the 1970 Chevelle and the 454 pretty much go hand in hand. This is not the LS6, and just take a look at it right there. No notation. I doubt that is the original engine in that car. It does have the 4-speed. And color scheme, red, white stripes, white convertible top, and white interior. And there you see it. Now those are the Super Sport wheels that was listed on that earlier car that was wearing the American Racing Torque Thrust 2 wheels.
Good look at it there.
Yeah. And then there's that other debate that exists in the Chevelle community as to whether those hood pins were available across the Super Sport Chevelle lineup or just on the LS6 cars or maybe the LS5s or what have you. I have read so many opinions on that as to whether those pins were standard or optional and what trim level you could get them. But this one hasn't.
F60, a 1937 Ford replica.
So were they, what's the verdict? I mean, were they?
There is none. Nobody seems to agree on this at all.
Exactly.
But you find that happen in a lot of different things like that.
Oh, man.
You know?
You ask 1,000 people, you're going to get 1,000 different versions of the answer, right?
Cross-ram dual quads on the Z28, okay? Did it come from the dealer? Did the owner of the car have to install them?
Yep.
You know, that whole package.
Okay, let's move to this super cool 37 Ford.
Yeah, this is a total custom all the way. LS1 for power. And it's not really a Henry Ford 37 Ford. This is all an aftermarket and off-the-shelf hot rod build. 4L60E automatic transmission with an 8-inch Ford rear end with limited slip.
I think Shannon's got some a couple of extra tidbits
Shannon,
on this
jump
car.
in.
Shannon?
Well, I definitely have one on the one you guys are looking at right now. The paint job on this completely custom. It is beautiful. They're standing over here talking about it. But the one that's going to come across the block here in just a second is this Chevrolet. It was actually, wait for you guys to get there if it's not there already. It was actually purchased last year at Mecum. And the person who purchased it told me as soon as he saw it, he knew that he could customize this, and they did. Take a look at the front and the back. They sandblasted all of the chrome, and they blacked it out, hand-painted all of the emblems. It just looks really fresh, all blacked out, all black from front to back, and of course the interior is redone as well.
And that car we're talking about, Shannon, is this 66 Impala. And already pushing $30,000. Look at the work they've done in the engine room as well. You saw the LED lights up front.
Yeah, you know, this is an interesting build, Scott, as we take a look around this Impala, because I don't know whether you noticed, but it had a 750 horsepower, 572 crate engine. Well, no, it didn't actually. It's got a 327, 275 horse small block in it. But you get
you're wearing the wrong glasses.
Well, you know, I think you get where I'm going on this. For a car that looks like this, you would think it would have more firepower.
Right.
But no, a little 327, 275 horse with power glide.
You might call this mild-mannered.
Oh, totally. Maybe they spent all their budget on the appearance and wound up with that powertrain.
And you never know what's down the road for that car.
Yeah.
No idea. If your phone rings and it's those guys, they're calling you to consult.
Okay.
In the meantime, let's check in with Chris.
Yeah, Scott, hanging out here in staging. Now, in 1970, in order to qualify to race in the SCCA series, Dodge had to produce a certain amount of road-going cars, and this is one of them. In fact, they produced 2,399 of them. This, of course, is the Challenger TA, 1 year only, 1970, powered by the J-Code 340 plus 3 two-barrel carburetors known as the 6-pack. This one is done beautifully in EV1, that is that, or excuse me, EV2, that is the paint code for Hemi Orange. Look at that perfectly stock interior. Of course, you've got the fiberglass hood, the side pipes, which are in front of the rear tires, the fiberglass spoiler on the deck lid. Man, this is just such a phenomenal car, and one of only 989 that left the factory with the pistol grip 4-speed. And one other cool thing I want to show you on these Trans Am cars is the extra fender tag right here that just says Trans Am. And another detail, this is the car's birthday right here. 4/17. All of these cars were produced during April of 1970 and a little bit from May. So this car's got a birthday coming up in just 5 days. It's going to be going across the block to celebrate right on the other side of this break. Stick around. Got more from Houston after this.
Well, they are 3 wide, and coming in from the side, that kind of looks like the starting line at the Indy 500.
It does.
11 rows of 3, and that Indianapolis 500 coming up next month will be in Indy for Dana Mecum's 39th Original Spring Classic, mid-May. Hope you can be there. In the meantime, this is a 2013 Rolls-Royce Ghost that has just sold, Bill, for $85 grand.
Twin turbo, 6.6 liter V12. Let me give you a quick stat on that car. Very quickly, it weighs 2.5 tons. It goes from 0 to 60 in 4.7 seconds. That's what that much horsepower is going to buy you in a car that heavy.
And you'll have to remove your eyeballs from the back of your skull and replace them.
The most luxurious 4.7 seconds you've ever spent, too.
All right, here we go with a 2008 Porsche 911 Carrera S.
Not a 3.6, a 3.8, 355 horsepower, flat 6. 5-speed Tiptronic transmission. And somebody is going to get themselves into a Porsche if we get the gavel, which we did. And I was going to say, how about getting into a Porsche that looks this good and can go pretty darn fast for less than $100,000?
Yeah, way less at this point. But the bid goes on at $45,000, and we will move to a 2002 Lincoln Blackwood pickup. And this is like the upper crust of Lincoln pickups.
Not sure what they were going for here. I don't know whether they thought that there were people, well-heeled people, that would like a pickup truck that was tailored more to their culture. But, well, they built the Blackwood, 5.4-liter V8. Approximately 3,400 of these were built. All had the automatic transmission in them and a lot of comfort and convenience features. Leather interior, sunroof, heated and cooled seats, tilt column, cruise control, power everywhere, alloy wheels, and we don't see these very much.
Not very often at all, you're right.
3,400 produced, and I don't know where a lot of them went, but again, very unique kind of exercise for the Ford Motor Company.
I can remember just a handful over the course of, this being our 19th season of Mecum on television, just a very few that we have seen.
Yeah.
And way under what they stickered for. This one, $22,000. And you're right. It's almost like they said, let's pile as much luxury into this platform as we can. Oh, and let's put it on a pickup truck.
Yeah. Those that would argue that this inspired the Escalade, pickup truck and the Avalanche, and we can go on and on.
Sure. All right, here is a Cadillac Series 62 from 1960.
Series 62, kind of a mid-trim level for the Cadillac, 390 cubic inch V8 engine. A lot of torque, and you need a lot of torque to pull one of these big caddies around. Pompeian red on the outside, red and white interior. And again, the calling card for Cadillacs during the 1960s, power accessories. Power steering and brakes, power windows, power convertible top, factory air in this Cadillac. Not a standard feature going that far back in Cadillac history, so that was an option.
Look at the presentation and the quality of this car, Bill.
Yeah.
It's been in the same ownership for 47 years.
Yeah.
And it just sold here today in Houston for $55,000. Look at that.
Yeah, it's got to be a new top on it, new rear window. Yeah, it's killer.
Well, we all know the importance of Auburn, Cord, Duesenberg, and we see real boat-tail speedsters from time to time. This is a replica, however, of a 1936 Auburn boat-tail speedster.
Yes, very correct and exacting, built by Speedster Motor Cars. Odometer reads just over 1,400 miles. These were usually powered by one of those. That's a GM Vortec V8 with an automatic transmission. It's not a kit car now. This is a car that you bought manufactured. Rack and pinion steering, coil over shocks. This has AC, of course. And a lot of the things that the original boat-tail speedster never would have had, like power steering and power brakes and a power seat. But take a look at that. That could fool an expert.
Pretty well done.
You know?
Reserves off $72,000. Internet has the high bid at the moment.
Yeah, the country was still shaking off the Great Depression in 1936, but out in Hollywood, out in Tinseltown, a lot of movie stars were tooling around in cars just like this.
Indeed they were. And today the replica sells for $72,000. And with that, we'll pause very briefly. More still to come from Houston after the break. Oh, it's a good Saturday here at Mecum Houston. Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, and Shannon Spake. Rutledge Wood is off this week. We'll catch him in Indy at the Spring Classic. And we're catching this GMC 1500 Sierra Classic that just sold for $41,000, Bill.
Another top shelf build right here, 305 V8, 700 R4 automatic, and a two-wheel drive truck. But look at the paint, look at the wheels. Look at the finished product. Flawless.
Beautiful. 1970 Dodge Challenger TA is up on the block next.
Yep. Thank you, Chris Jacobs, for giving us a little inside dope on this automobile. Rotisserie restoration with that matching numbers, 340 cube, small block, 290 horse, and the 3 two-barrel carburetors, the 4-speed manual. Get an automatic on these too, but boy, that 4-speed makes these so much fun to drive. I mean, you're in the Trans Am when you're driving this around town.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see where this goes bidding-wise. We're approaching $100,000. Boy, that was a colorful time for road racing back around the early 70s, especially, of course, the Trans-American Sedan Series, better known as Trans Am, had all the major manufacturers involved. You know, GM and Ford and Mopar, and then AMC, they joined the hunt. They won themselves a championship, too, so that was fun to watch. Brand rivalry brings people to the grandstands, let me tell you.
Oh, does it ever?
Yeah.
They're working on it? All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're going to have to do it in the darkest. All right, let me see if I can get this fly real quick.
Well, 95 is the bid, and
on telephone.
as you can see, the big screen there behind the car has kind of gone dark, so
100,000, Brian.
they're kind of doing it manually at this point.
We got problems
And a
anyway right now.
$95,000
We'll
bid is
97.5.
accurate, though.
See what Kyle's made of. Come on, Cal.
on this Challenger
97.5.
TA.
95 now. Asking 97.5.
I think they're going to get very close to selling this car, which is why they're willing to wait a little bit
Exactly.
to get us back on track.
I think it's gonna take more than it's gonna take 6 figures.
Yeah,
I would be shocked if it sold for under.
You sure you don't want to give 96 one time?
97,500. Maybe they just got to switch pictures. We're going to close bid on that. You stay tuned. Let's go to the next car, Ricky.
Okay, the high bid on that Challenger TA is $95,000. We talked about the Dana Mecum Original Spring Classic. I want you to watch and listen to what's coming to Indy next month.
And I'm standing here with 2 amazing Ferraris from that M Group collection. The one right in front of me, ultra rare, only 122 produced. This is, of course, the 1971 GTS4 365 Daytona Spider. Unbelievable car. So beautiful right here. And next to me on my left, flash forward 20 years to the 1991 F40. Of course, needs no introduction. That unbelievable twin turbo V8. Only about 213 of these came to the US out of the total production of around 1,300. So also very rare. But the car I want to talk about that blew me away. I always love seeing these in person. Of course, the legendary Porsche 959. Meant to compete with the F40, but is a legend all on its own. Less than 340 were produced. Of course, that flat 6 twin turbo powering that car, 5-speed manual transmission with the G gear as well. And what's that for? Well, that's for going off-road. Yes, the 959 was actually capable of off-roading as well. All 3 of these unbelievable cars are part of the M Group collection and are going to be going across the auction block in Indy. And in addition to these 3 cars, you've got a Maserati MC12, you've got a Porsche 935, you've got just a litany of cars, a Speedtail from McLaren, a McLaren Senna. You can see some of these cars on the picture behind me, in addition to the F40 and F50. I mean, I could go on and on. Trust me, I have before, and I probably will in the future, but you're gonna see all the cars go across next month in Indy. Guys?
Yes, indeed, Chris. Thank you very much. 41 cars from that M Group collection, and all I can say is that M stands for
Well, you know, Chris and I were out there to see that collection, to shoot a preview, and I compare it to walking into a Mecum auction, because when you walk into a Mecum auction, you do not know what to look at first. Same with the M Group. We were kind of stunned for a few minutes.
Back on the block now here in Houston with a 1973 Camaro.
Oh, this has had the full Monty. Supercharged LS9 6.2 liter V8 engine, which means you're talking about 600 horsepower. 4L60E automatic transmission, 4-link rear suspension, strange engineering components back there to take all that power, and Willwood power 4-wheel disc brakes to stop this car when you have to. Dakota digital gauges, vintage air. My, oh my, what a build. And of course that aluminum radiator, keeping it cool. And it is on the way to that gentleman right there.
I think they're pretty pleased with that.
So is she. Look at her.
Wow. Indeed. That may have been on their bucket list for a long time. It's a good-looking car, too. All right, 1980 Corvette will be right behind it.
Well, the last Corvette I owned was a 1980 Corvette. We're going back a ways. Yeah?
Are you about to get sad?
Actually, you know what? Mine was red just like that. Mine had a 4-speed. This is an automatic.
Okay.
it was a good cruiser, but you know me, I'm power hungry.
Sure.
So I sold it and enjoyed driving it. But again, this was an era for the Corvette where horsepower was not its calling card. But they were, you know, plush, and they handled well. They looked terrific. Look at this. It's got the optional wheels on it. Matching numbers, L48, that's the 190 horse 350. As I mentioned, the automatic. Leather interior, has air, tilt, and telescopic steering column.
Look at that, 4,000 original miles.
Yeah, close to 5,000, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's got the optional dark tinted tops on it. Yeah, that'll make a nice cruiser for somebody. I had a bunch of Corvettes, and a lot of them were the big blocks, so this was kind of culture shock for me. But you know, I don't regret having it. It was just a fun car to own.
Okay. Hammer falls, $48,000. That is the sale price here at Mecum Houston. Much more still waiting in the wings down in the staging lanes. We'll see them when we return. Welcome back to our Saturday coverage from Houston. Terrific crowd here at the NRG Center. Hey, bring you up to date on a car that just sold a couple of minutes ago, everyone. It's a 69 Mercedes-Benz 280 SE. Beautifully presented here, Bill. And it brought the money to $100,000 going away to a new home today.
These big Benzes, that market still remains hot, Scott. Not surprised at all that it sold for 6 figures.
Classics will always be classics, I think.
Yep.
Here is a 1978 F-150 that's been modified just a little bit.
Yeah, I would say that the modifications made to this might point to an older customization on it. The odometer reads just over 6,400 miles. It's a step-side body style, as you can see. 351, providing the power, 4-wheel drive, with an automatic transmission. It's got the raven black paint. You see the white pinstripe paneling on there. That's what leads me to believe this might be an older job here. Still looks terrific, though. Bidding now at 65, and the reserve is gone.
And just like that, it gavels at 65. How low can you go, Brother Bill? 1964 pickup all the way down to the red carpet.
Down and dirty. Talking about that patina. Look at this, huh? That's the look now. A lot of guys are going for. Either the patina is genuine or manufactured. Meanwhile, that's an LS1 for the power underneath there. 4L60E automatic transmission. And some custom touches here and there, like the Willwood brakes, custom exhaust. And that chassis underneath there, that's not OEM, that's from Chop and Block. Patina style paint and finish. You saw the bed right there. It gives you a bird's eye view of what's going on underneath. Custom sound system and vintage air.
They describe it as a lay flat AccuAir system, and they are not kidding, man.
Yeah, we got to look at it just there. It's those bags are probably down to their lowest point right now.
High bid of $30,000. So that'll get a spot over at the bid goes on desk as they try to work out a deal. And in the meantime, a 1967 Chevy pickup right behind it.
Yeah, a totally different build strategy here. They wanted to make this truck look pretty, and they did it.
Very nice.
LS power, 5.3 liter, 4L60E. And the suspension, that's had some work. Front and rear coilovers for a link. Front and rear axle braces. 4-wheel disc brakes. Body dimensions left pretty much the same. Looks like a cowl induction hood there. Otherwise, yeah, stock appearance. But sitting way up there with that lift kit.
And the reserve is off here. 62,000.
64, 65 to you, sir. 64. I've done the same for you if you did her. 65, 64. Trucks for sale. 65. Reserves off all the way. 60. Forward to bid. 65. Yes or no? I got 64. 65,000.
Pretty understated up top, Bill. But all the business stuff is underneath.
Exactly. No, the paint's pretty conservative. And you know, these pickup trucks now are kind of falling into the same category as the 55 Chevys and the even some of the classic Corvettes. Every one we get is different. When they start modifying them, everybody has their own way of doing it.
Okay, let's move on to the Ferrari 308 GTS here, 1979. I would call this the Thomas Magnum car. However, however, this one has black interior. His was the saddle interior.
Yep. And this was the Ferrari that boosted Maranello into the mass production category. They built a lot of this series of Ferrari, the 308s. Mid-mounted aluminum, 2.9 liter double overhead cam V8 with carburation, not an injected car, gated 5-speed manual. And 1979 was the last year that Ferrari offered a car with carburetors, and the carburetors many times Weber's, the twin choke downdraft carburetors.
75 is the bid.
Pretty strong money. This is considered to a lot of people to be that stepping stone Ferrari to get you into one. But this one, the condition, makes it a little bit more than maybe what the average hobbyist would be able to swing.
And in this case, the bid goes on. It's, oh, wait a minute. I think they just invoked the Mecum rule, and that gentleman bought it for 80 grand. Well done.
Yes, sir.
Very good.
Welcome to the club there,
love to
Pally.
see that.
Yeah.
Now all he needs is a Detroit Tigers hat, and he's ready to go.
Yeah, right.
1971 Nova in the wake of that Ferrari.
Oh, in case people didn't watch Magnum, he always wore the Detroit Tigers hats.
Yes.
We have to clear that.
Yes. In fact, Selleck, I remember, participated in some spring training games, I think, with the Tigers back in the day.
I believe that, yeah. 71 Nova, 400 cube small block with a turbo 350 and a 10-bolt rear end. That's a pretty familiar powertrain setup there. Vintage air, power steering, and front disc brakes. Upgraded stereo, Foose wheels, 17 inches with middle tires. Yeah, look at those.
Oh, $36,000. Not going to cut it here, so that'll make a visit to the bid goes on desk. We will send it down the way. The 303 staging lane is jam-packed. And out there somewhere, Chris Jacobs has a preview of a car coming to the block.
Yes, sir, Scott. You mentioned this lineup of Z28s in our production meeting this morning, so I had to come out here and check them out. There are 5 69 Camaro Z28s, and this one is my favorite, and it's all about this color. Fathom green over medium green interior, 302 under the hood, and then it's a 4-speed manual. It's got the gauge console in there. I mean, just look at how clean and beautiful this interior is. It's just something about green on green, the white rally stripes, pure Camaro Z28. And again, this is one of 5 that is going to be coming across the block all in a row. So if you're a 69 Camaro Z28 lover, you are not going to want to miss that. You're not going to want to miss anything that's happening here today on Saturday in Houston. We'll be right back after this short break.
Welcome back to Mecum Houston. Hey, Bill, what do you say we check out this 66 Olds 442 W30?
Check it out. I want to get into it. Oh, man. This is the one. 1966, first year for the W30, the drag racing package. That also meant 1 year for the Tri-Power L69 400 cube engine with 360 horsepower. Oh, so much about this 442 that you just have to be impressed with. Close ratio, 4-speed, and look at the stripped down appearance of this car.
And I'm going to call it triple gold. I mean, we see the painted wheels, the interior and the exterior, of course. What a look that has.
Yeah, you know, and the Track Pack W30 Ram Air package made these cars true 13-second quarter-mile cars. I remember them well. I'm telling you, these cars were not to be trifled with on the drag strip. Remember that tri-power setup? You get a GTO, a tri-power. Corvettes didn't get them until '67. And that was a powertrain that made these cars just invincible.
And it just hammered for $62,000. Oh, so cool.
Oh.
Orbit Orange, that's the color on this 1970 Pontiac GTO. It's a real one.
Yeah, the VIN begins with 242. That's your tip-off. That is a real factory GTO, comprehensive restoration. To the Judge appearance package, PHS documents too, just to prove its originality. That's the original 400 cube V8 in there. The transmission's been upgraded to the M22 Rock Crusher Muncie. Safety track rear end, that's Pontiac speak for positive traction. 355 gears. And it's got a lot of extra options as well. That's a loaded GTO.
Things that really stood out to me about this one, the pinstriping on the side, and the owner, the seller I should say, is standing there with the exact same color shirt on as this car. He was looking at it so lovingly, you could tell it is hard for him to part with it. I did ask him what was the original color when he first purchased it. It was a gold, he told me, and he tried to kind of come up with some different paint schemes. He thought about maybe painting it blue, but he said he chose this Orbit Orange because it just, quote, pops. But very excited to see this one. I love the pinstriping. I love the orange. It is beautiful from front to back.
Yeah, next to Carousel Red, I would say that's probably one of the most symbolic colors you could get on a Pontiac GTO Judge. This one right here, as I said, it is loaded with options. I mean, you've got the hood tachometer, you can see that. And it's got the remote outside mirror, factory stereo, 8-track player, and those are upgraded wheels, 17-inch Pontiac-styled Rally 2 wheels, a couple inches bigger than what you would have gotten from Pontiac.
And the whole package on that GTO, the Judge replica, ends up hammering here for $76,000. Well done to that consignor and the new owner. 1970 Chevelle Super Sport right behind it. Talk about a couple of cars that were going toe-to-toe back in those days, huh?
Oh, and you know what? You couldn't get that powertrain back in 1970s.
No.
I'll tell you what, if you could, I'd probably be in jail today. That's a 572 crate motor, pushing over 600 horsepower. Oh, all the good stuff. MSD ignition, Pro Systems carburetor, ceramic-coated headers, serpentine belt from CVF, aluminum radiator, 5-speed manual, by the way, from the folks at Legends, McLeod flywheel and clutch, and a Lakewood bell housing. And that's something we don't talk about too much, but back in the day, you couldn't go to a lot of drag strips with a manual transmission without an explosion-proof bell housing or a scatter shield, because if the clutch decided to kill itself, you'd be next.
Right.
So, yeah, I love the fact that that car has it.
It gathered for $110,000. 1970 GMC K20 will be our next vehicle to investigate here.
Yeah, see what I mean about it. Every one is different. This one has a 350. You go beyond that, and you get into things that really personalize the truck. 4-speed manual with 4-wheel drive. Color choice is burgundy metallic. Factory-style gray cloth interior. You see it right there. Aluminum 8-lug wheels, factory caps. Bed liners were sprayed in. Very clean, sanitary. And it's addition by subtraction. Not a lot of extra appearance changes made to the paint. The pinstripe flames. You know,
boy, let that paint do the talking, man. That's really nice.
Right. You don't need an airbrushed Viking woman on the side or anything crazy like that.
$35,000. Some people might. $35,000 is going to be the high bid for that truck. Another Impala Super Sport. This one's been customized here. This from 1966. You're going to, man, I'm going to have to hold you back on the engine room description here.
Well, you know, this is a resto mod. Boy, this is a textbook resto mod. First, we restore it, and as we're restoring it, we make some changes, some modifications. Resto mod.
That's putting it lightly.
Yeah, well, yeah, on this car. Look at that. That is an LT4 crate engine. Supercharged, 6.2 liter. Total value of the deal, 650 horsepower. 4L80E automatic transmission with a shifter, very much reflective of what a manual transmission shifter would have looked like. Ride Tech Air underneath, four-wheel disc brakes from Willwood, and that's frost blue metallic with an ivory interior. Wow. What a show car that is.
Boy, that's almost Pro Touring caliber.
Pretty close.
The high bid on that car, $70,000 with 65 Mustang. I think this is the first 65 Mustang that we've had this entire weekend.
Really?
I believe so.
Wow. We don't usually have to wait that long.
I know.
Huh.
I think in Glendale we had every other car was a 65 or 66 Mustang, it felt like.
Well, this one's been completely gone through by nut and by bolt. Got the original 289. It's an A code 289. That gives it 225 horsepower. Engine's been rebuilt and balanced and blueprinted. So let's step back a little bit. This is going to have more than 225 horsepower.
Oh, yeah.
Original 4-speed transmission in there. It's got the style steel wheels, the twin redline tires, and a gavel.
$55,000, the gavel price, to be specific. And there you see it. Terrific look at that car. Twin red lines. Man, all kinds of good stuff.
How many Mustangs were sold when those cars made their debut? Probably still hold the record for first-year sales for any American car.
You may be right. Okay, next up is a 1970 Chevelle. It's a convertible, not the LS6, but this is the little brother.
Yeah, this would be
LS5.
Right, 360 horse, 454. 4-speed, power operator top. A lot of originality on this car. Cowl induction hood, 12-bolt positive traction rear end, factory SS wheels. Fresh restoration, too. You can probably still smell the fresh paint on that car. Misty turquoise, code 34. Look at the bidding.
$92, baby, you better get 95. I have 92, you better get 95,000. It's your turn, you better get 95. I have 8. It's your turn, and the reserve is off.
Yeah, 1970, you can still get a 396 in the SS Chevelles. Of course, the 454 LS6. That was the one that stopped everyone's clock.
Reserve is off, $93,000. It's a 4-speed. It's a convertible. It's a big block LS5. And we're continuing to see strong bidding here. Internet has it at the moment.
Wow. Getting close to LS6 money.
I was about to say that. Yes, sir.
Maybe LS6 hardtop, but still.
97. Internet, give 100. 97, baby. You better get 100,000. You better get 97.
That's Megan with the internet on the lower left, patiently waiting to see if they come back.
97, baby. You better get 98,000. You better get 97, 98.
Well, nobody can tell me that a 4-speed in a big block 70 Chevelle does not help to boost the bidding. Now, there are those that say, well, automatic 4-speed doesn't matter. I say
it matters.
The 4-speed definitely gives it a little extra octane.
Yep. $97,000 just bought that 1970 Chevelle LS5. 1967 Camaro Rally Sport convertible is right behind it. It's got big block power, Bill.
Yeah, take a look at the presentation, too. This is another one that looks like it ought to be on a turntable at some car show. Big block power, 4-speed manual, Rally Sport. Power 4-wheel disc brakes. Not something you could get in an original 67 Camaro. So that's an upgrade. Got the vintage air conditioning. And they reworked the suspension with CPP parts, also some QA1 shocks. And some Hedman headers attached to that big block for a little extra horsepower. Not much, just a touch. Flowmaster mufflers and staggered wheels, 17-inch front, 18-inch rear. And the top is down. Thank you very much.
Now 60, you're out 60. 59 bid, you better get 60,000, you better get 60.
I got 59.
Close the bid at $59,000.
They dropped that down a little bit, didn't they? It looks like it's running a little low,
yeah,
which is fine.
Aftermarket suspension, that'll bring it down a bit.
F92.1, 64 bid.
Well, I thought we were going to get another bid out of that, but apparently not. So 59 is where we will leave it.
And by the way, first year for the Camaro in 67, sold very well. But going back to the Mustang, Sean Belby, our producer, provided me with some stats on that first year Mustang sales. Still holds the record. Over 400,000 was sold.
Yeah, and they got to 1 million, not in that first year, but man, super quick in the whole lifespan of the Mustang. It was incredible.
Especially after that fastback body style came in.
Right. Okay, here is another classic Mercedes-Benz 1964 230 SL convertible. Wow.
All original, all restored, matching numbers, 2.3-liter inline six. We had one of these cars yesterday. They had 190s, 230s, 250s, that whole series of these cars. So beloved, so desirable. Not particularly fast, but just a great, refined driving experience in terms of its power, its smoothness, its handling, things like that. This one with a 4-speed manual. Automatic was also available. But this one, as I say, just loaded with originality. And these trade, depending on mileage and condition, what have you, they'll get you up to close to 6 figures as well. We'll see where this one goes.
$69,000. How you making out, Doc?
Over 51,000 miles on the odometer.
68, reserve is on.
And we have a new owner.
69,000.
Driving down the highway and you see one of these, I dare you to resist pulling your phone out and taking a picture of it as you drive by.
Isn't that true?
You know?
Yeah, so photogenic.
Oh my goodness. You just don't see them out there that often. And this one sells for $68,000.
I bet you if you get out of the Masters and look in the parking lot, you might see a few of them.
Maybe. Yeah. Good chance of that. 1972 Chevelle.
Oh boy. Again, the Chevelle. Everybody that has one and wants to modify them has their own way of doing it. That's a 6.2-liter LT1 in there. 350 horse, 460 LE automatic transmission. And again, simple but effective. Find the right paint, find the right wheels, put a motor in there that's all well detailed and presented. You see the finished product. You got nothing to complain about.
All right, a high bid here on that Chevelle from 1972, $42,000. We'll hit the pause button here in our second hour with you today here on ESPN Plus. More still to come.
Welcome back to Houston. The Apex Collection is coming to Dana Mecum's 39th Original Spring Classic next month in Indianapolis. Corvettes, small blocks, big blocks. You've got European exotics. You've got just about every Mustang from every category of Mustang. And look at that Celine S7. Yep, one of those as well. Hard to describe this collection in one sentence because it is beyond words. People that come to Indianapolis will be spending a lot of time browsing the Apex Collection. Trust me.
It's not their first rodeo, and you and I were talking about those cars prior to coming on the air today. It's almost every time they bring a group of cars to auction, they're better than the time before.
No question.
Wow. All right, let's check in with Chris and Shannon.
Yeah, I think awesome would be a great word to use to describe that collection for sure. There are a lot of awesome cars still getting ready to cross the block here today. We're kind of standing in the middle of a few of them. I say we, because Chris is standing right over here. He's got one he's going to take a look at. And Chris, I know we hear Bill say so many times about the pro touring, so maybe you can describe for me what that means when he says that.
Yeah, well, essentially it's taking old school styling of a vintage muscle car like this 1968 Camaro and outfitting it with modern componentry to improve its acceleration, braking, and handling. Let me take you through just some of the stuff that's in here. First of all, LS3 swap, topped off by that massive Whipple supercharger. It's got a Lingenfelter camshaft in there. Detroit speed components all over this car, including the stainless steel headers, which run out through stainless steel Borla exhaust. You've got Ring Brothers hood hinges here, vintage air, Bear brakes all the way around and behind these Forge Line wheels, which are super, super cool. You got more Detroit speed componentry, including the subframe connectors, the Quadrolink rear suspension, the rear tubs, and then on the inside, you got a complete TMI custom interior. That is a T5 6-speed manual transmission behind that LS3. And this thing is ready and meant to be driven, and that's what pro touring really means. This car is quintessential of a pro touring example.
It's a lot of big words. I'm going to use one. How about that? Turquoise, because the turquoise racing stripe on the front is something that really stands out to me. There's a lot of things that stand out, obviously, but no one will doubt that it is you pulling up to the stoplight when you drive this one with that turquoise racing stripe. So
they'll see a lot of your tail lights too.
Yeah, that's true. Bill?
How about that?
Oh, boy. He nailed it. That is pro touring all the way.
Yes, sir.
Nothing was overlooked.
Nope. All right. I hear the words reserve is off in the background. We're talking about this 1948 F1 that just sold for $50,000.
Brand new frame underneath. 347 cube stroker with 330 horse.
Well, let's check out a beautiful 2011 Ferrari California convertible. Look at this. You want a way to get into the Ferrari club? How about trying a California out for size?
Yeah, California. That is a nomenclature that's been around in Ferrari circles for a while. They've used it on and off, even into the modern era. Of course, we go back to the 250 GT California that sold for $17 million in Kissimmee.
That is not entry level.
No, that's where the whole storybook began. But anyway, this one with that 4.3 liter, 453 horsepower V8, that was an instant legend. That horsepower rating right there in these Ferraris, very fast. And of course, that 7-speed dual clutch automatic transmission that gives lightning fast automatic shifts. The original MSRP of this car, by the way, was over $260,000.
They ran the production on this one from 08 to about 2017 and then gave way to other models. Actually, the Portofino followed the California.
Yes, sir.
All right, so for us on this day, $65,000 will be the high bid on that Ferrari. El Camino time, a super sport El Camino from 1969.
Oh, it's all about the paint. Yo, look at that burgundy metallic clear coat. See that a mile away, 396 underneath there. Matching numbers 396. That looks like the Lopo one, 325 horsepower. Jet-coated headers, Muncie 4-speed. Drilled and slotted rotors on those power. Front disc brakes. 12-bolt rear end. Vintage air and heat. And lots of other goodies. The Rosewood sports steering wheel with a tilt column, rally dash. Oh, but drink in that paint. Even extends into the pickup bed. Delish.
Jimmy Landis, our lead auctioneer, says got to be more than $57,000. So we're going to close it.
Oh man, keep your eye on the bid goes on disc. That is a big block 4-speed El Camino with that kind of paint finish. Come on, folks.
That could be gone in 60 seconds.
Oh, I believe it.
Keep your eye on this car, Brother Bill. It is a 2022 Mercedes-Benz SL63 AMG with just a shade over 2,000 miles on the clock.
Oh boy, clear the track. Here it comes with 577 German horsepower, twin turbo, 4-liter V8, 9-speed automatic with all-wheel drive.
Achtung!
Oh, that is a Q ship, as we used to say. Lots of extras and options. And some very plushy insides there. Look at those leather-covered bucket seats, the big touchscreen, center console, and that obsidian black paint. Top is down, again, thank you. And that interior is actually brown. It's called Tartufo Brown.
$110,000 and a bid goes on.
Yes, $110,000 is going to be well short of what's needed for that car. That is a handful, a delish handful, by the way. 2021 GT500 KR will roll into place right behind it. You want horsepower?
I think 900 will be sufficient.
I was hoping you would say that.
Oh, take a look at that Predator. Holy guacamole. I don't want to be the guy that has to change the spark plugs, but tell you, I'd like to be the guy that mashes the throttle on that. 5.2 liter with a Whipple supercharger. The supercharger is 3.8 liters, which is bigger than the engine you'd get in a Chevrolet Spark. All the extras, adjustable springs for the ride height, Shelby tuned 3-inch catback exhaust. Got the technology package, the handling package. Yeah, when they came out with this late generation GT500, that was hard enough to get before it became a KR. And then that became almost unobtainable. Everybody was lined up to get one of these.
$160,000 won't be enough.
No, it won't. And less than 5,000 miles on the odo.
My goodness. What a powerhouse that is. Well, from the GT500 KR, up next, a 2013 GT500.
From the factory with 662 horsepower, the supercharged 5.8 liter V8. This odometer reads just over 1,300 miles. Tremec 6-speed. There you see the business end of that Mustang right there. Shelby leather, Caro seats, Shaker audio. And if you're going to go fast, you're going to have to stop. Brembo vented disc brakes. Take a look at the interior. 19-inch forged aluminum wheels, grabber blue, black inside as you just saw. Has all the documentation. 662 horsepower in a Shelby Mustang. Tell you, keep going back to the very first GT350 that had 306. And you know, in the 1970s, we thought the muscle car era was over for good. I mean, really, it was traumatic. Yeah, Corvettes had 190 horsepower. It was, terrible thing to live through. But I'm glad I'm still around.
Yeah, me too.
How do I look? Do I look okay?
You're fine.
All right.
You got peaked there for a minute, but we're okay.
Welcome back to Houston, everybody, for our continuing coverage of Mecum Auctions here at NRG Center. And this car is bringing me back to my first cool car. I had a 1964 and a half Mustang convertible. It was sunlight yellow. This one's red. This one's a 66, but it is a convertible, which is just the ultimate California cruising vehicle. And this car is a California car, so pretty sure it's probably pretty rust-free under there. You get to look at those cool Mustang wheels, and then the interior. You gotta love the pony interior, just so classic. And what does that mean? Well, this little horse motif on the inserts, that's what's known as the pony interior. This car is so clean and just red over white. You can't get a better combo for cruising around. I don't know if this top ever gets put up. Why would you? Because it looks so good with it down. 289 under the hood, backed up by an automatic transmission. Again, just perfect for cruising down the road. And if you want to cruise down the road in your Mustang and you want to get it looking this good, Bill Stevens, what should they do?
Oh, that's an easy question to answer, Chris. I got a bunch of friends that are restoring their first-gen Mustangs, And they all have a copy of that book, the National Parts Depot NPD catalog. That is the Bible if you're restoring your first-gen Mustang. So if you are, you know what to do now, don't you?
Absolutely. Thank you, boys. On to the block, 1969 Bronco that has had a lot of work done to it, a lot of very nice work done as well. $70,000. Look at the number.
That little Bronco will rip your face off. It's got a 347 stroker in it with Holly Sniper fuel injection, aluminum heads, automatic transmission too, with a sidewinder shifter. Can't sell it right now.
Can't sell it at 70,000. That's going to take more. I don't know. That's got to be a lot closer to six figures in my book.
You would think the way that these customized Broncos on that level are trading these days.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. 1979 International Scout 2.
I remember these. Yep. These were back really before the SUV craze got to the level it is today. These were just considered something that's good in the snow is what we used to say, especially if you lived in a cold weather climate. Yeah, get something that I can drive when it snows. But now, like a lot of these other smaller SUVs, they're collector's items, and they get the full treatment in the restoration shop like this one. It's got the International 345 cubic inch V8, a couple of hundred horsepower, rebuilt 727 torque flight. It's got vintage air in it. They have rebuilt a lot of the parts and pieces underneath, and the running gear, the axles, the differentials. And this is a rugged little customer. These could take you just about anywhere back in the day and still can.
You're going to be 57 pounds an hour, sir. 57.
Quite a little aftermarket industry has grown up around these too. These are sort of dormant for a long time, but once again, now that people are rediscovering these earlier small SUVs, they want them personalized and restored and customized, and they're willing to spend a lot of money too.
We tried everything on him.
It's Blake Baugh, and after a bit of conversation, the reserve's off on this at 55 grand.
55, 56. You're out also. 55 pounds in, 56,000 on a bid. 55 on a bid, I'm not going to do 56,000. Last call. 50. I'll put you in for 55.
Our auctioneer, Russ Conklin, says last call. One more trip around the room on the Scout.
$56,000 on it.
By the way, that is base clear. PPG base clear.
Rather subdued color scheme on it.
It is. That's almost that. I call it silly putty gray.
Yeah.
But it's very popular. We've talked about that shade of gray, kind of flat.
Yeah.
And I really dig the matte black stripe.
Yep. Pretty business-like.
Yeah.
Reserve is off, by the way, sir. 53, 52, 53. Anyone else? 53 pounds an hour. Last call. You want two? No? Okay. So 52.
Well, a bit of a reset. Back to 52, but the reserve is still off, and it sold for that number.
Good deal. And you know what? Whoever just bought that really doesn't need very much. Everything's already been done.
Exactly.
A lot of rebuilding and things like that. Now just get in and drive it.
And you won't see many of them on the street, I'll tell you that.
Not at all.
That'll be fun.
Yeah.
Hey, speaking of fun, check this out. Oh, man, these Dodge Power Wagons get my juices flowing every single time. Look at this from 1953, Bill.
Yeah, we're talking about a high dollar restoration on this truck. But watch the money on these. Watch how people just go, well, they go a little, cuckoo like you just did over these trucks and are willing to fork over some big cake to own one. Comprehensive nut and bolt restoration Roger Williams, Chrysler Dodge of Weatherford, Texas. Responsible for this truck, 230 cubic inch inline 6, 4-speed manual, and the forest green with the gloss black accents. Look at that truck shine.
Oh my goodness. Just such a work piece this was. Not anymore.
No.
I mean, the winch up front, tow hooks, spotlights.
Yep.
Great color combination. Everything about this truck is just fantastic.
Yeah. They are brutes, I'll tell you, police, fire, military usually would have at least one power wagon in their fleet.
My grandfather used to drive Dodge trucks, not a power wagon, but he had a little oil company up in northern Indiana with a little tiny fleet of, I don't know, 3 or 4 Dodge trucks.
Yeah.
Oil tankers.
Wow, so you come from oil money.
No.
Wow.
No. Let's move on quickly. How about this 2018 SRT Demon?
Here we go. This is that muscle car that turned the world upside down. Supercharged Hemi, 6.2 liter. The Demon give you over 800 horsepower. This one has been modified by Injected Engineering in Kennesaw, Georgia, with their Demon Level 2 package. So we're toting a little bit more horsepower in this Dodge.
Arguably one of the most significant muscle cars in muscle car era 2.0, Bill.
Yeah, it absolutely gave all the other manufacturers nightmares when they said, hey, our car has 807 or 840 horsepower. What have you got?
All right, bid goes on. We're back in a moment. Oh, there you see some of the Corvettes in the background. Ferrari Scuderia badge there. More pickup trucks. Oh, my goodness. Still plenty of terrific cars in our lineup today on this Saturday here in Houston. And look at this. The stately, luxury, regal nature of the 1948 Lincoln Continental.
Scott, you're not going to believe this car. I'm still trying to come to grips with it. We've seen these any number of times, completely restored back to original, some of them with a 12-cylinder engine. This is a custom. It's got a 300-horse 4-cam fuel-injected V8. It's got a Lincoln Mark 8 chassis from 1997 in it. It's got the original Lincoln Continental body. And this at one time was owned by Ronald Lauder, Estee Lauder Cosmetics.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
What a history.
That's a fooler.
And custom everything throughout this car. I can't even get into it with you. But I mean to tell you, you would never guess looking at this.
No.
Because like I say, we see these all restored back to original.
Exactly.
And never one that's had this much work and yet looks like it's been restored back to original.
Holy smokes.
I know. What do you say?
I think it sold, right?
Yes.
85,000? Yeah, 85,000 was the... I was busy looking at it and listening to you and going, wait a minute, this doesn't match up.
I know. It's a disconnect.
Oh, that's fantastic, man. All right, bring me back to earth, Bill, with a 70 GTO.
I will. 1970. General Motors says, all right, everyone, no more restriction on cubic inches. Up until then, the last 7 or 8 years, you couldn't put anything bigger than 400 cubes in a downsized GM car. And then in 1970, the inmates started to run the asylum. This GTO has the big 455 cubic inch V8, one of only 158 GTO convertibles with that 455 and a 4-speed in 1970. Matching numbers, so that's the original engine. 1970 was the only year a GTO came equipped with that high compression 4-bolt main engine. This was a landmark GTO, and look at that triple back black paint job.
Love it.
And how.
6 figures all day long, and the reserve is off at $110.
Yes, sir. Posi rear end. You see the rally wheels. This was featured in a magazine Muscle Car Enthusiast magazine back in 2007. Oh my. I'd say that is the most primo GTO that we have seen here this weekend.
You would not be wrong, brother.
Wow. Best of the best.
And it gavels for $112,500. Well, I know a lot of people have been anxious to see this car. The folks online have made it the most clicked upon car on the internet at mecum.com, and it's one we've been talking about. 1962 Thunderbird Sports Roadster.
2 years, 1962 and 1963, and they literally stopped producing them, not because people didn't want them. They were too expensive. To buy one, you were up in Cadillac territory, but you just saw the M code, 390 cubic inch engine. That's with the tri-power, and that adds to the value of these cars precipitously. It's got the 406 cubic inch high performance cylinder heads on it for a little extra punch. Of course, an automatic transmission, and the Sports Roadster obviously has that signature hard tonneau over the back seats.
Guys, I was able to catch up with the owner, Joe Arata. He's done about 15 restorations in the last 30 years. Told me this is the last one because he went crazy, he said, on this one. Everything is original. Emblems, taillight, grill, even the rubber floor mats came out of a box that said 1962. Everything in this. I asked him what his favorite part is, and he said the engine. You can't see it right now. All chromed out, but all original components from 1962. Joe told me he woke up at 4 a.m. this morning. He has nerves wanting to see what this one goes for today here at Mecum.
Well, it's bringing some cash right now, Shannon, indeed, at $170,000.
Yeah, we knew it would get into six figures pretty quickly. And that 340 horse engine, he is absolutely correct. That is such a distinguishable feature on these sports roadsters to have that powertrain set up.
I hope you saw it. Our cameraman down there, Eric Kohler, gave us a good look at the little mini-me in the center console that goes along with it. But in order to get the mini-me with the big car, you're going to have to fork out more than $170,000. So that's where we will leave it at the bid goes on. Now we get to roll out 5 Camaros in a row, not just 5 Camaros, 5 Z28s in a row. These are all from the Mr. Auto Body Showcase collection. That's our good friend Chris Moffitt from over in Champaign, Illinois. Terrific guy, and he knows his stuff, Bill.
And you know, Scott, I would call this the Z28 equivalent of the Cliff Ernst collection of the Yanko Camaros.
Oh, very true. Yes.
Yeah, and these are all 100-point cars all the way. No need for me to go through all the specs for each car. These have the 302, 290 horse, the Muncie 4-speed. The colors are different, and maybe some of the options, maybe some of the features a little different from car to car, but the basics and all of the specs in terms of the engine, transmission, etc., are pretty much identical.
I mean, just like in 1969, you go to the showroom, you look at Z28s, they're just a little bit different.
Right. Yes, sir.
117.5 for this red Z.
120 pound out of bed, 117 pound 20, 120 117 pound 20.
Paperwork, of course, goes along with these cars. Documentation, so important. Garnet red, that's the color of this one. The red interior.
That's Chris in the upper left-hand corner in the white jacket and the ball cap. As the internet hangs onto that high bid at 120.
Up next from the Mr. Auto Body
And that won't be enough right now. So the second of 5 will make its way to the center of the block. And it'll be interesting to find out with these 5, Bill, if color makes any difference. And here we go with maybe one of the top colors of all time, that Hugger orange.
Yeah. Now, the previous car, no vinyl top. This one has a vinyl top. That's what I meant earlier. These cars are not all identical. Some differences between them. This one has the rosewood steering wheel. Very desirable option. This has the style trim group as well. But it does have the 290 horse 302. And, of course, the 290 horsepower factory rating is certainly inaccurate. These little solid lifter small block engines put out well in excess of 350 horsepower.
Houndstooth upholstery.
Another difference from the previous car, correct. Front and rear spoilers, the D80 option. Cowl induction hood.
Isn't that a picture? Wow.
Yeah. You could take these 5 Z28s and make a Z28 calendar. You'd be halfway there.
Pretty much.
There's 5 in a row. You got to buy at least one of these.
Okay, identical number that we end up with on this second of the 5. So here is the third in Le Mans blue.
This one also with a houndstooth inside. We'll see the 302 there. This with the ducted hood, the D80 front and rear spoilers. This one pretty close to the previous one, except for the color.
No vinyl top here.
Nope.
Just so well presented. That's something that Chris knows well, how to set up a car and how to get him ready for the spotlight on the auction block.
Yeah, good point. I'll tell you, you like to drive a car like this on the street when you know that it has great racing provenance, and the Z28 Camaros during this time period pretty much ruled the roost in the Trans Am Series. Roger Penske, the team owner, he fielded a team that, again, was just so dominant. The championships and race wins.
Well, $95,000, the high bid on that Z28. Here's one in silver with the black rally stripes. Cortez silver, to be specific.
Of course, Mark Donohue, who was the driver for it, Roger Penske, won a championship but did not win the Drivers' Championship because that came in later. The Drivers' Championship didn't come in, I think, to 1972, and he had won the championship previously to that. So the team won the title, but he unfortunately didn't, which is a shame because he was a brilliant driver and engineer. I mean, you name it, he could do it.
By the way, speaking as we see the bid here at $100,000, speaking of Roger Penske and Mark Donohue, and we're a month away from the Indianapolis 500 and our event in Indy, I went over and visited the Indy 500 Museum for the first time since it reopened a year ago. Did that last week with my grandson, and it was absolutely spectacular.
Oh, I bet.
$100,000 and the reserve is off, and it sells on this Cortez Silver Z28.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. Love to see somebody take this Z28 and give it the kind of love and attention that it has already been shown to be in that kind of condition.
Well, we've seen some legendary colors on these cars so far. The fifth and final from this group of 5 is in an absolutely spectacular color in my book. Fathom green, medium green interior. Oh,
yeah. Yep. It's hard to find an ugly 69 Z28.
That's
but
true.
Some of these colors, they just seem to add to the excitement.
97 pounds and not a bit. Z28, 95.
$95,000 is the bid.
100 to bid. 25.
I was going to tell you too. They do have Mark Donahue's Indy 500 winner from 1972 on display there. The display is fantastic. So much cool stuff. We'll have to go over there when you get to Indy and check out the new museum. It's great.
And how great was Mark Donahue as a driver in Trans Am? He won the championship in a Z28, and then he won one in the AMC Javelin.
Yep. Sure did. 110 is what we're looking at here.
You want that?
Won several championships with Chevy, as a matter of fact. Let's not short sheet him here. He's a multiple winner in the Trans Am Series.
Internet has the high bid at 105, and that'll be enough to lift the reserve.
Anybody else? 175. Now 110. Now 110. 175, 110, you're 10, 110, $110,000 internet.
We told the story about how when the Z28 debuted in 1967, it was a well-kept secret. You went into a dealer and I want a Z28. Really? What's that?
Yes. And they weren't lying. Some of them didn't even know.
There were no showroom brochures. Chevy did not promote them. Things changed in '68 when they realized they had something people wanted.
No doubt about that. The rest is history. So that fifth and final Z28 from the Mr. Auto Body Showcase collection does sell for $105. Here is another Z28, 1969, not part of this collection.
Right.
Oddly enough, it comes at the heels of that group of five, but it's an RS Z28.
Yeah, and this is a matching numbers car too. This has the credentials that we just saw with these previous cars. Interesting little feature not included on the Z28 is the flat hood, not the cowl induction hood.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, that's the pre-X car, that's called. Flawless presentation again, yep.
92 is going to end up being the top bid on that car. Okay.
Z28 o'clock is over.
Yes, it is. But we're about to get into Corvette o'clock here, Bill.
Yes.
Not quite yet, though, despite what it looks like. This is going to kick off a little bit of a group of some big money potential cars. It is... I don't even need to tell you that these are so desirable and valuable right now. The 2019 ZR1, this one with the 3ZR package.
Oh, what a car. This was originally delivered to the Valley of the Shadow of Death, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my. Color, power, it's all right here. 6.2 liter, supercharged LT5, 8-speed automatic. About 10,600 miles on it. The 3ZR Premium Equipment Group. The carbon flash wheels people love. Carbon ceramic brakes. Magnetic ride control. Not too many things on the order sheet left unchecked. Heated, ventilated seats. It's got the performance data and video recorder. Nav, backup camera, head-up display. Look out. Coming to your neighborhood soon.
Reserve's off.
Reserve is definitely off. And we've got a new #1 car in the clubhouse. Just a matter of for how long and what number.
755 horsepower. And this does not have the 7-speed manual. This was the last year. You get a manual transmission in a Corvette. It was in 2020 the C8 debuted, and people that wanted that conventional 3-pedal manual transmission had to settle for something prior to the 2020 car.
$140,000. That is your gavel price. And as I mentioned, how long will that be #1? I don't know, but it might not be very long, Bill.
Yeah.
Because there's a big hitter, Shelby, right behind it.
I see where you're coming from.
In fact, this GT500 is the one that you selected at the beginning of our program today to preview for us.
Yeah, and I really like the fact that they upgraded the engine. It originally came with that Police Interceptor engine. They put the 428 Cobra Jet engine in this, which would have come along in 1968 in the KR GT500. So that's a significant upgrade. See the two 4-barrel carburetors. So we're pushing out probably a little bit more than 355 horsepower, which would have been on the police engine. Maybe 400 horse, give or take. My best guess. 4-speed, yep. Heavy-duty suspension, power steering and brakes, and that lime gold with the white Le Mans stripes. A lot of lightweight pieces on the body, hood, trunk, and those brake scoops, all fiberglass.
Look at that bidding, $220 at the moment.
Yes, sir. In the Shelby registry and the Marty report. This has the outboard fog lamps. I don't know if you got to look at those, but that means this was a later car in production. The very early cars, those high beams were right next to each other in the opening there, in the grill opening, and the government said, well, you know, could you do us a favor and kind of move them out a little bit? Too close together, so the later cars, that's what happened.
Well, I think it's going to be like 90 seconds that ZR1 was our #1 car, Bill, because the reserve is off here on the GT500.
Fame is so fleeting, isn't it?
Oh, wow. Well done. Nice choice, partner. And $220,000 buys that GT500. And with that, we will break away. More still to come, including some amazing Corvettes and our first look at a brand new ZR1. Along with Bill Stevens here in the booth, I'm Scott Hoke, Chris Jacobs, Shannon Spake out and about on the floor here and in the 303 staging lane. We're live on ESPN Plus. Thanks so much for being with us today and for choosing to spend a little bit of time here on ESPN Plus. Chevy K10, 1972, Bill. We pick it up at $52,000. That's going to be the high bid.
Yeah, another lightly customized Chevy pickup truck. This one with LS power and a 4L60E automatic. And yeah, bid goes on. Here it comes.
First look at a Viper. And this is from 2014, a Viper GTS as the years start to wind down for the legendary Viper.
Yeah, we're getting into that final generation. 2017 was the last year that Dodge was producing the Viper. This one with the 640 horsepower, 8.4 liter V10. That was the highest factory horsepower rating getting the Viper. They all had 6-speed manual transmissions. This one, 355 gears with limited slip. Race yellow is what they call the color. Black GTS racing stripes.
Can we call it Mecum yellow just for today?
Sure, let's do that.
Okay.
And well, you know what? It's going to sell, so we gave it good luck calling it Mecum yellow.
Okay.
There we go. Yeah, this is such a departure from the first Viper in 1992 that was so primitive, you know, and so stripped down with hardly anything that you could describe as an extra cost option. You know, you just couldn't puff them out very much, and now this thing is just totally loaded. I mean, we're talking about ABS and all of the special handling packages underneath. Laguna interior package, aerodynamics package with carbon fiber splitters and rear spoiler.
You think the Viper community kind of said, yeah, that whole raw bare bones thing was cool for a while, but let's put some fluff in these cars a little bit.
You know, that's probably true, because those early cars were hard to live with every day if you wanted to drive them a lot. You know, the top leaked and little things like that made them a little inconvenient, but boy, you didn't complain when you floored the throttle, I'll tell you that.
Nope, you are right. $140,000 just bought that Viper. That's tied Now for number 2, along with that 2019 ZR1. Here's a 69 Corvette convertible next.
Comprehensive restoration, matching numbers 427. This is the L36, the 390 horsepower 427.
Did you see how clean that engine was?
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost like they put it together with wearing white gloves.
Yeah, I'm guessing that this has been driven very little since the restoration. Can-Am white, red leather interior. Yeah, it's got some options on it. Power here, power there, but power under the hood for sure. And we love to see those side exhausts. 69, the only C3 year where you get factory side pipes. Power steering, power brakes. AM, FM radio. Yep.
I was just going to say 77,000, and that's where it sells. Right there.
Yeah. And that's an indication, really, of the quality of the car. Not usually trading in this $70,000 range, but this one definitely deserves it.
All right, fasten your seatbelts, everyone. We have some fantastic Corvettes, more modern Corvettes coming up for you. The next 6, in fact, are from the Carolina Corvette Collection. We'll cover that much anticipated ZR1 here in a little bit, but first, this 2023 Corvette with the 2LT trim level, and that is a wrap. That green is a custom wrap.
That's the first thing that kind of reaches out and grabs you and shakes you like a dummy. That wrap is, you just can't get around it. But in terms of the powertrain, yeah, nothing radical there. 6.2 liter V8, 495 horsepower, 8-speed dual clutch automatic. Corsa exhaust, and big time Bose Performance Series 14 speaker stereo.
You guys, it says it's green. It says that wrap is green, but it looks more like a goldish yellow, maybe even an olive color when you get up close to it. I love the lights in the front, and of course the carbon fiber that's on the front of the hood, and then that wing as well. But yes, you are right, Scott. You are ready for Corvette heaven right now. Just hold on to your hats, because I was standing there walking down the line, and there are some really beautiful cars getting ready to cross the block.
No question. And the last 2, Shannon, are 1,000 horsepower plus cars. Okay, just make a note of that. 63,000, and that's going to be the bid goes on number on this first from the Carolina Corvette Collection. Right behind it is a convertible, more traditional look, the 3LT convertible here from 2023.
Yeah, less than 10,000 miles on it. Yeah, got that 6.2 liter with the 8-speed dual clutch automatic. Magnetic selective ride control for great handling. Carbon flash painted nacelles and roof. And you see those 20-inch forged aluminum wheels. That's a retractable hardtop, power operated. And that was kind of a big thing too, because for a long time Corvettes did not have power operated convertible tops. So this was kind of a throwback feature.
Yeah, the anniversary of the Corvette from 1953 to 2023, that same color combination is showing up. Not exactly called polo white in 2023, but white over red certainly looked good on this 2023.
Yeah, Arctic white is what we're calling it now.
High bid at $75,000. I remember when they announced that they were going to bring out the convertible in this body style, the mid-engine car, and everybody was wondering, okay, how's it going to work? I mean, where's it going to fit? Where is all the mechanical things going to happen? But they got it worked out.
Yep. Well, that's been the problem with a lot of rear mid-engine cars over the years, sports cars, is target tops, convertible tops, removable hard tops. How are we going to do this?
Yep. Here is 2019 C7 Z06 up for grabs now.
Yep, final year for the C7, and they went out with a bag, and we saw the ZR1 earlier. This is the Z06, so we'll pull the horsepower down from 755 down to 650 with that supercharged 6.2, and this one also with that 8-speed automatic. And this one also with the magnetic ride control, electronic limited slip, head-up display, the memory package. Yep, so it's got some very attractive and desirable options.
It's funny to think that that's a deduction in horsepower, but with the horsepower to weight ratio in these cars, that has got some serious muscle.
Oh, yeah.
Fairly unusual color, too. Blade silver in a Z06 coupe. Only 253 were ordered that way in 2019. The bid goes on here at $70,000.
Boy, that's kind of surprising on that color. Why wouldn't more people want that?
Well, now I did whittle it down to the Z06 coupe. There were other packages that had blade silver, but it wasn't total. You know, it wasn't the number one
production
by far.
Yeah, I would believe that.
Here's a Z06 now from 2015. Dial it back a few years.
Yeah, we're still in the C7 generation. We still have 650 horsepower. Odometer on this one, a little over 18,600 miles. But hey, 7-speed manual. All righty then. It's got the Brembo brakes, the Z07 suspension. That was a very popular upgrade. 3LZ Premium Equipment Group as well, and the carbon fiber visible package. You know, and that's another thing. When you think about the first generation Corvettes, you know, the options that were available, it's like the Viper.
None.
Compared to today,
right.
You'd have to sit there for a couple hours to decide what you'd want. You know, obviously some packages include several different elements, but boy, oh boy. Talk about being able to tailor a car to your specific wants and needs, man.
Yeah, those original options on the Corvette were what? The radio and the wipers? Were those the two options available on the 53 Corvette?
God, I would hope the wipers would be standard.
All of them had the radio. It was quote-unquote an option, but they all came with it, those first 300.
Well, it was the radio and the heater, actually.
The heater, that's what it was, yeah, not the wiper.
Reserve is off here at $77,000 with the most anticipated modern-day Corvette coming up next.
Well, obviously the 7-speed manual transmission on this 2015 Z06 coupe is the one that's really raising that price up.
Yes,
79
indeed.
grand.
And 79, yes, sir, is what it sells for. All right. When this car was announced to the automotive world, it put it collectively on its ear, Bill. It's a 2026 ZR1 Corvette with 1,064 horsepower. Our first chance to see one of these on the Mecum auction block. Wow.
Yes, a world-class sports car in anybody's estimation. But what's really kooky is that the ZR1X has 1,250 horsepower, but that's another story for another time. Let's deal with this one. 9 miles on the odometer. And, of course, that engine, what a work of art that is. Hats off to the GM engineers. Twin turbo, 5.5-liter V8 with that 1,064 horsepower.
By the way, we're at 220,000. That's about the sticker on this car, and we can tell that because the sticker is still in the window, in the front windshield.
Yep, and they're trading higher than that because everybody wants them, and there aren't enough to go around. So when you see one and you want one, you better move.
Well, this absolutely was the most highly anticipated Corvette since its announcement. To have one coming across the Mecum auction block is just amazing. I'm sure we're going to see more in the future, but this is the first one.
Look at that carbon flash. This one in all black with the carbon flash. It has such a sinister look. And listen to that. I got a chance yesterday to sit in this car and start it up and hear that engine come to life. It had a kind of a medium-pitched growl to it, but then after a couple of minutes, it settled in. And, oh, man, was it sweet.
Not only does it have the adjustable ride height, it's got adjustable ride height memory. So you know exactly what your settings are going to be tailored to your needs.
Still active bidding, $265,000.
Well, if they make another Batman movie, we know what they're going to use to make the Batmobile.
Darth Vader and Batman are going to be fighting over this car. You know, that wing is so massive, but it works. We're getting the rear view of it from our perspective here, and it doesn't look overly large, even though it is huge. You know, this car needs that downforce from that wing, but it fits the design and the style of this car.
Oh my goodness, folks, the reserve is off at $300,000. Boy, it went from 265 to 300 in about an eighth of a second, it seemed.
Yep.
Solid 300 pounds. It's Hoke.
Wow. And as you mentioned, Scott, that is above what the MSRP would be that appears right on the automobile.
Exactly right. By 78,000 thereabouts.
That's what you call desirability right there.
Oh, man. You know, not surprising, though, because as you pointed out, they're so desirable. Everybody wants to get one. And that gentleman just picked one up for $300,000.
Will he drive it? That's the question. 9 miles on the odometer.
We need to go talk to him.
Yes.
Well, you know, there's another Corvette in this group that is in that 1,000 horsepower class, and here it is. It's a 24 Yenko Stage 1 Corvette convertible with only 30 miles on the odometer.
Yeah, this is number 6 of only 10 that were built a couple of years ago. So this is a boutique car, not a factory car.
Right.
Custom built, LT2 based engine, aluminum block, forged internals, 1,000 horsepower, 900 pound-feet of torque, and lots of upgrades to handle all of that horsepower. Twin Garrett 58 millimeter ceramic ball bearing, water-cooled turbos. Those are state-of-the-art with water-cooled wastegates. So much engineering went into this build. Yeah, Yenko, of course, a name we're so familiar with over the years, as he was the man that took the Camaro to unheard of heights of performance back in the 1960s. And his name, it still lives on, and it still has some cachet in the high performance world, no doubt about it. Not only these performance upgrades, but this car has a lot of the factory options as well that go with it. So you're not really scrimping in terms of creature comforts and features and all of the other things that you would like to see in your late model Corvette. This one has them.
Yeah, you talk about displacement to horsepower. The ZR1 that we saw had the 5.5 liter making 1,064 horsepower. This is a 6.2 liter making 1,000 horsepower. So it's all in those, you know, internals that squeezes that extra horsepower out for the ZR1.
Well, like Scott and I were talking yesterday, old school horsepower versus new school horsepower. The old days, it was all about cams, cylinder heads, compression, things like that. Today, horsepower, a lot of times is a function of computers and, you know, the electronics that go into the engine that control the fuel flow and the ignition and things like that. It's a whole new world.
Technology rules, man. Okay, $190,000. That'll put that Corvette in the top 3 for the time being. Chris, I'm glad you're here for the Corvettes. Also glad you're sticking around for this Roadrunner, man.
You know, we got to take a breath after all those high-performance Corvettes coming in. Here comes some good old-fashioned Mopar muscle from 1969.
Yeah, this is a Roadrunner, and this one has had a little bit of, shall we say, a gingerbread added to it. Holly Sniper, electronic fuel injection on the matching numbers 383, which was originally rated at 335 horsepower. Torque Flight automatic. Factory 8 3/4 inch rear end with 323 gears. Other add-ons: vintage air, 8-track player, Coker redline tires, 5-spoke style road wheels.
All right, guys, I spy an 8-track.
Oh boy,
yeah, it's in there.
I'm gonna swing around to see what we got in there, because we do have a cassette, and it is The fifth dimension.
Oh.
Wow.
Hey, they're a Chicago group there,
Yeah,
Chris Jacobs.
Very cool to see that.
By the way, this car sells for $77,000. I was just told. Our producer, Sean Belby, went over to talk to the guy that bought that ZR1 with the 1,064 horsepower, asked him what he's going to do. Is he going to drive it? He said, yes.
Okay. A man after our own hearts.
Those 9 miles are going to be built up very soon.
Yep. All right, beautiful little first generation 1961 Corvette here on the block, and an award-winning Corvette too, Bill.
There you go. That's that dual quad. 283 in there, 270 horsepower. Comprehensive frame-off restoration by Tony's Corvette. NCRS Top Flight and Bloomington Gold certification. Had a special cam put in it. I would have to guess that to get that Bloomington Gold and NCRS certification, that would be a Chevy part number cam. I don't think they would have put an aftermarket cam in it to get that certification. Close ratio 4-speed, posi with 411 gears, and a Honduras maroon classic Corvette color with a black vinyl interior.
Major design change in the C1s in 1961. First year that the quad taillights showed up. Easy way to spot a 61 from the side. 1 year only is this triple badge here with the Corvette in the middle and the red and the blue above and below. You see that, you know you're looking at a 61.
And hat goes off to good old late great Larry Shinoda, who was on the design team for those C1 Corvettes, and is responsible for so many of those styling cues.
Well, the high bid on this 61 Corvette, $94,000. Ferrari up next, actually a 1973 Dino. Yes, it is a Ferrari, but we'll call it a Dino. 246 GTS.
Shannon maybe was giving us a little bit of a heads up on this earlier.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, we actually doubled up on it yesterday. Beautiful example of this car.
Yeah, the Dino with that 2418cc V6 engine. This distinguished this car from the other Ferraris of the day. V6 engine in a Ferrari didn't play too well with the Ferrari purists for a while, but boy, has this car come into its own in the Ferrari community.
Look at that, 400,000 already, and it's not been that long ago when these were in the low six figures.
Yep. Car named after Enzo Ferrari's late son Dino, who was actually one of the engineers who helped to design the running gear in these cars. A lot of factory originality here. And this is ready for the 18th fairway at Pebble Beach.
Boy, oh boy.
Yeah, designed by Dino and his team at Ferrari and then manufactured by Fiat. Close association with Ferrari. And the reason for not having any Ferrari naming on this car, except for that plate on the door jamb that I showed you yesterday, was really twofold. One, Bill, you mentioned that Enzo really didn't want to put a Ferrari badge on a car that had a V6 or a 6-cylinder engine. And then, of course, to pay tribute to his late son, who is so heavily involved in the design of this car.
Yeah, and of course, Fiat has a long familial connection with Ferrari. And a lot of people that worked at Fiat came over, worked for Ferrari. There was a little poaching going on there in the personnel ranks for a long time. But you're right, Chris. These cars right here really had to earn the love that they have today.
Well, the high bid on that Dino 246 GTS, $500,000.
Amazing that doesn't hit the reserve. As you were saying, years ago, that would have been inconceivable.
Welcome back to Mecum Houston here on ESPN Plus. If this next car looks familiar, it should. It's been hanging out in the State Farm booth for the last several days. It's a 1970 Chevelle Super Sport with big block power under that hood.
454, 450 horse. That would be the LS6 specifications on this car. Not a numbers matching car, so that will affect the bidding on it. However, before I can even get it out of my mouth, it goes to the bid goes on. I was going to say that there'll still be some, I would say, some enthusiastic bidding for this because of its presentation with that 454. It looks factory installed.
No doubt. Let us focus our attention on this 2011 Ferrari 599 GTO. Only 3 times has Ferrari used that GTO nameplate, Bill, and they've all been significant.
Well, yeah, the most important thing about bringing the GTO nomenclature to a Ferrari is that it has to have the performance that gives the car the, let's say, the privilege of owning those 3 letters, and these definitely do. The 6-liter V12 with 661 horsepower. Formula One Superfax 6-speed sequential transmission. And that is not an exaggeration. Those sequential transmissions, they shift in a nanosecond. Corsa red, carbon ceramic brakes with red calipers. You know, red Ferrari, that's what they should all be if you ask Enzo if he were here today. Leather inside, Recaro seats with red seat belts. The 20-inch challenge wheels with carbon centers. All there and all very valuable. We're into 7 figures.
Oh, my goodness. 1,050,000.
I tell you what, Houston, let's make some noise. It's a Saturday.
We remember the 250 GTO that we recently sold. We'll never forget that.
Oh, my goodness.
Yep. 288 GTO, 1980s era supercar.
We had all 3 of them in Kissimmee in January. Almost unbelievable.
Yeah, that's got to be a first, right? To have all 3 iterations of the GTO at one event.
Well, yes, that too. I'm just looking at this car and just saying almost unbelievable. It's a, you know, $1 million car.
Where you got to go is the Concours Italiano in Monterey every year, and you'll see multiple examples of just about every Ferrari ever built. That is the Super Bowl for Ferrari owners.
You're still in at $1 million?
I got $1 million, ladies and gentlemen. The reserve is up. Ryan, I took this gentleman here. I tell you what to do.
We are in.
$1,050,000. Mark, $1,050,000. Hold up, guys. I already got $1 million over here. I'm asking $1,050,000. $1,050,000. Yes or no? $1,050,000.
Sell it to
$1
us.
million bid. $1,050,000. Anybody else at $1,050,000?
And what were you saying about that Shelby being the top seller for a short time?
Well, that lasted a little longer than the Corvette before.
Yeah.
And listen to the crowd erupt.
Thank you. You got it, dude.
And even $1 million just bought that 2011
That's right.
599 GTO.
$1 million car.
Can't take your eyes off it. That is so amazing.
Yeah, it really is. Whenever you see a car like that, get the love that it just got.
Okay, we've got to move to a 1972 Oldsmobile Hurst Olds pace car.
Yeah, the Hurst Olds was born in 1968. That was a collaboration between Oldsmobile and the folks at Hurst. Doc Watson, one of my heroes. He was the spearhead that put Oldsmobile and Hurst together. And this is rare, a W45 pace car edition, one of 629 that were built in 1972 and one of 279 hardtops without a sunroof. Matching numbers drivetrain, that Rocket 88, 455 cubic inches. Horsepower down by 1972 as it was just about everywhere. But these cars are still collectible. Anytime you've got a Hurst Olds, you've got people ready to buy it. And that one gets sold.
Yeah, $40,000. And I was going to say, too, we've already talked about 1972 at Indy and Mark Donahue, the winner.
Yeah.
That year when this led the way. 1967 Camaro RSSS. Not quite the way it left the factory.
No, this is a full tilt street machine all the way. 485 horsepower LS1 Tremec TKO 6-speed manual. Underneath, all the cool stuff that we can't see. Tubular A-arms, adjustable coilover shocks, rack and pinion steering. Got the Detroit Speed rear leaf springs, sway bars. And that 5.7 liter has hooker headers, 3-inch exhaust outlets. The color is from PPG, that beautiful clear coat, base coat red, and the black rally stripes. Lots of bling in the wheel department there. Billet Specialties. Bada boom, $80,000. Mission accomplished.
Yes, sir. All right, from the red Camaro to a red Corvette, 1963 convertible.
Yeah, that signature red for Corvette in 63, the Riverside red, and a red interior. Under the hood, ooh, it's got that perky 327, 340 horsepower engine. And we see that engine in a lot of these 63 Corvettes. Very popular engine choice. A step down from the 360 horsepower fuel injected engine. Correct engine block casting, correct date coated Carter AFB carburetor, correct Borg Warner T10. So all of these parts that we're talking about here are correct to the car, however, not original, but that's okay. Little extra detective work to find those parts. White soft top, along with the red hard top. 336 positive traction rear end out back. And it's short of the target.
And with that $80,000 bid, we'll meander over to Bid Goes On and allow us to await the arrival of a 1968 Chevy pickup truck. More custom pickups here in Houston.
Yeah, and you know what? It's, I think, very impressive that just about all of the trucks that we are seeing come through here are show ready. They are detailed to the max. Comprehensive custom build. Leading the way is a 6.2 liter LS3 with a Magnuson supercharger. Yeah, we're talking well in excess of 450, maybe 500 horsepower. Methanol injection as well in this. Kind of like nitrous, but not the same. But just to give it an extra boost of go. Aftermarket cam in there. It's got headers. 6L80E 6-speed automatic transmission with overdrive. A 12-bolt positive traction rear end with 390 gears. And the applied patina. That's man-made patina.
I like to call it patina on purpose.
Yeah, right. And you know what? You take these trucks to the shows now, and they don't get points deducted if it's actually, you know, intended patina to make the truck look weathered.
I'm sure that you've heard this before. Oh, that patina is so well done.
Yeah.
You know?
And some of it really is convincing. It looks like Mother Nature did it.
$75,000. They're still working on getting this one sold.
7%.
The reserve off? I think it is.
Yeah.
Yes.
I like how they did the mini tubs in the back. Allows you to put all of that wheel and tire underneath there and tuck it right underneath the body to keep the rake of that truck to a minimum.
And $75,000 will buy it today here in Houston. Well, we are not even halfway finished yet, Bill, and more fun to come here from the NRG Center
taking us back to our radio days. And the hits just keep on coming.
Yes, they do.
Yeah. Well, this truck will have patina, but probably not for another 100 years because it is just finished to a T. This 71 GMC. LS Power, 525 horse crate engine, 4L65 automatic. Frames are modified with QA1 front and rear suspension with coilovers. Mosier rear end, 4-wheel disc brakes. With those beautiful polished wheels. Inside, digital dash, AC, and a center console.
Trying to get the make on the wheels, the center caps, and I can't make it out.
Yeah, not quite. But there's so many aftermarket wheel companies, and the designs a lot of times are so similar to each other. You just can't tell just by looking at the wheel what they are.
Right.
You know, you got Foose, US Mags, Billet Specialties. Everybody's in the game these days.
And those are US Mags, in fact.
Okay.
And the high bid there at $42,000. Next, an Impala Bubble Top from 1961.
A little bit of classic, a little bit of new. 348, that's the classic part. And a 700 R4 automatic, that's the newer part. Power steering and 4-wheel disc brakes and 18-inch, hey, another wheel manufacturer, Riddler wheels on this Bubble Top. Not a big money build here, just very tasteful, very well thought out. Great paint application, red and white interior, it's been all refurbished.
Going to close the bid at $60,000. Needs to start with the 7.
All right, they're going to close the bid at $60 for the Bubble Top, says Trev Morvek. If you thought we were finished with ZR1s, I got news for you. Not yet.
Not yet.
This is before the 2026 ZR1. This was the big dog back in 2019. And as we've said on a number of occasions, Corvette goes out with a bang, closes a generation with a big flourish.
Yeah, the ZR1 nomenclature, of course, that was nothing new. That debuted in 1990, and it hung around until 1995. And then here we are in 2019, and it is the only year in the C7 generation that they built the ZR1. But boy, they went out with a bang. 755 horse, 6.2 liter V8. The LT5, this one with the automatic, the 8-speed. Few packages thrown in as well. The premium equipment group, the Sebring Orange design package, the track package, the carbon fiber trim on the car. And I love how that wing over the back of that car, that big 747 style wingspan, actually slows the car down. There's so much downforce at speed that the top speed on these cars actually increases if you remove the wing, but you do that at your own risk, because when that car is opened up, you're going to want something to help keep it glued to the road.
Well, here it is at $135,000, coming up short of the mark. So that one will be an after the block candidate at Bid Goes On. 2010 ZR1 is next from the C6 generation here.
Oh, do I dig these C6 ZR1s. They were a neutron bomb when they came out in 2009, a year earlier than this, with a 638 horsepower, 6.2. 6-speed manual transmission, this with the 3ZR equipment group, but of course, the big distinguishing factor on this car is that see-through hood panel. Oh boy, that was a head turner all the way. There you see the interior, the titanium interior, head-up display, got navigation, exposed carbon fiber ground effects, and the staggered wheels, 19-inch up front, 20-inch in the rear from Forge Star. Killer car. Thought about buying one before I got my Viper. Decided on a Viper, but oh, I'm in love with these C6 ZR1s.
Well, $75,000 will not be enough for that 2010 ZR1. We're going to head to break, but it's definitely worth one more look. The gavel at $1 million for the 2011 Ferrari 599 GTO.
Welcome back, everybody, to Mecum Auctions here on ESPN Plus from the Houston NRG Center. And I'm in the interior right now of a 1967 Dart GTS Custom. And this is all about the quarter mile. Let's start inside, a little non-traditional. Check out this shifter, first of all. That is a custom kill-duff shifter. And right above it, well, that's where the radio used to be. No, the car this loud no longer need the radio. And they didn't put a plate in it. Why? Every ounce counts when you're going down the drag strip. But take a look at the exterior. Just a sinister paint job on this. All blacked out, of course. Those red GTS badges. Cowl hood underneath, which is a 400. And check this out. Underneath the cowl, there's the tack. And right next to it, a shift light to let you know exactly what to do when you're going down the track. Man, this car is just mean looking. I love it. So clean. Great example of just pure Mopar power. And then pure drag right here. Push it right off in case you're having some trouble. Hop out. They got your safety covered. Look at these Jags wheels, just so racy. Love it all the way around. Blood red interior over that black with the matching stripes around the deck lid and the quarter panels. Oh man, this car has really checked a lot of my boxes as being a Mopar lover. A lot of good Dodge coming across the block, and this one is at the top of the food chain, Scott.
Hey, Bill,
Yes.
you're drooling. I'm sorry to tell you that. But
Oh boy, that shifter, that looks like that little Lenko shifter there. And,
yeah.
It's just so much about that. It's a retro drag racing setup.
Very cool. Hey, thanks, CJ Dodge, by the way, the official motor vehicle manufacturer sponsor of Mecum Auctions. We bring you back to the block here, the red carpet with the 1977 F-250 from Ford.
Yeah, how about that period correct paint treatment there? The black paint, see the red, orange, yellow graphics. That's straight out of the 1970s.
Oh, isn't it?
Yep. 351, 4-speed manual, power steering and brakes. Chrome roll bar, 4 hella fog lights. Oh boy, I'll tell you, I am going back in time here. That is the way it used to be done. See the diamond plate trimmer on the pickup bed. And a good choice of wheels there. Looks like those polished slotted mags.
You know, don't get picky at home, but that graphic work on the side of this truck is kind of reminiscent. I know it's not exact, but it kind of reminds me of the old Houston Astros uniforms with the stripe through the middle.
Love those
and they
unis.
played right next door, too, in the Astrodome.
Yeah.
It's not exact, but it's just a little bit
We
of a
hear
reminder.
you. No,
Yeah.
that's a good point.
Yeah, this truck needs Uncle Jesse behind the wheel. I'm not talking from Full House. I'm talking Dukes of Hazzard.
Yes, thank you for making that clear, right? All right, the high bid at $33,000. Here is a custom Nomad from 1957.
This is a best of show winner anywhere you take it. Start with a color, Boyd Coddington red. They named the color after Boyd Coddington, and boy, he deserves it. Now, power-wise, 5.7 liter, 505 horse LS6 with electronic fuel injection. Aftermarket chassis with Corvette components. Polished pieces, parts everywhere. Chrome almost everywhere you look. That's the original all-metal body, by the way. Wow, custom leather interior, 4-wheel independent suspension. Power steering, power brakes with polished calipers. Budnick wheels, long tube headers coming out of that 5.7.
Won't be enough at $87,000. There is an opportunity for somebody to get a hold of that Nomad still.
Yeah, boy, I'll tell you, I think that's our first Nomad, and what a way to debut the Nomads here in Houston.
Right behind it is a K5 Blazer. A rotisserie restoration on this Blazer from 1983.
Yeah, engine swap, LS2 in there, the 6-liter. Holley performance intake with electronic fuel injection, 700 R4, automatic with overdrive. Nicely done. Vintage air system, Willwood 4-wheel disc brakes. Boy, the Willwood, I got to buy stock in Willwood.
You know,
everybody's got them.
Every time I go to SEMA, I go to their booth and just spend, you know, almost, it feels like half the day just looking at all the products they have.
They've got every application you can think of.
Okay, the high bid here on the Blazer, $70,000. That opens the door for us to send it over to Shannon Spake.
Yes, I have found really the perfect combination of beauty and brawn, because this 1972 Chevy Nova, take a look at the hand painted here around the engine, but you take a look at this paint. It is so reflective. It's called midnight blue, but as you get closer, you can really see the flecks inside that paint. I was just told by the owner that the sun reflects off it so beautifully, but as you move a little further, man, this blue and tan, this TMI tan interior, it has some vinyl along with some suede accents. You can kind of see that as well. The color is just killing me, but the wheels are something else that stands out. It's almost this bronze color. The color scheme on this car is so incredible from top to bottom. You just take a look at it, it takes your breath away, and you know that this thing could probably haul very fast out there on the road. We've got more coming up from Mecum Houston. This will be crossing the block in just a couple lots, so it's coming your way, guys, and we'll be back after the break.
Our live coverage here on ESPN Plus continues just after 2 o'clock here in H-Town. That means we're about halfway through the day today. Scott Hoke, Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Shannon Spake, and this 1956 Ford F-100 pickup truck that just sold a minute ago, Bill, for $100,000.
Outstanding, built by Bodie Strode Industries out in Sun Valley, California. The best of everything, including the QMP racing engines, 351, and on and on. Quite deserving for a six-figure price.
Holley fuel injection, everything, inside and out. Hey, speaking of cool and red, how about a 1972 Cutlass Supreme convertible? It's a 442 replica.
Yep, and it has 455 in it with a 4-barrel. And some other little extras as well to kind of convince you that it is a 442, such as the badging, but it's not. Cutlass Supreme. Flame orange, black interior. And bidding at mid-40s.
I have 45,000. You want to get $46,000. Last call. 46. So, $45,000, Alex.
All right, 45 is reasonable,
I would say. Yeah, from a distance, you're thinking, yeah, that's a 442. You snoop too close, and you'll probably uncover the masquerade, but no, well done.
All right, up next for us, 1958 Corvette. This is a Top Flight winner.
Yeah, and deservedly so. NCRS Top Flight, that tells you that this is very original, very well presented, and the restoration on this, only one word to describe it, is meticulous. It's got the 270 horse, 283, that's the 4-barrel motor, and it's got the close ratio Borg-Warner T10 4-speed. Panama yellow and Snowcrest white. Banana yellow, what's wrong?
Well, it is just after lunch.
Yeah, and Panama kind of looks like banana if you're not paying attention. Anyway, I cannot begin to tell you how much work went into this restoration. It is one of those frame off, nut and bolt, rotisserie, don't script on anything kind of restoration, and it will sell.
You know, you may have been thinking, I am not kidding, because we talk about food a lot. You know, you may have been thinking banana cream pie on that.
Right.
You know?
It resembles a piece of banana cream pie.
That's the most expensive piece of pie you'll ever find.
Yeah,
100 grand. That's fantastic. Well, those 1958 Corvettes, especially top flight winners, continue to impress. Here's a 1995 Porsche 911 Carrera Cabriolet on our block.
And this is slate gray.
Well played. Dessert comes before the main course, right?
Hang on, yep. 993, the final air-cooled Porsche 911 generation. 3.6 liter, flat six-speed manual. Power bucket seats. Yeah, lots of options here. Cruise control. And a lot of new parts as well. New battery and alternator, fluids and filters, auxiliary belts. Brand new rack and pinion in the steering box. Even new valve covers.
Close the bid at $70,000. Close the bid. The bid goes on.
F-147 on 75 C10 Silverado pickup.
All right, the high bid at $70,000. So still a little bit of work to be done. As you take a look down that 303 staging lane, gives us an opportunity to remind you about the 303 family of products, including interior cleaner. It will take care of any interior surface without leaving a residue and keep those surfaces looking absolutely spectacular. You can find out more about the interior cleaner and the entire family of 303 products at 303mecum.com. 303, proven to protect. Back to the block we go here with a 75 Chevy C10.
Yeah, this has been restored. Highly original in its condition, restored properly. Odometer reads over 13,000 miles. You notice the pickup bed, that's the fleet side design, not the step side. Matching numbers, 350 in there with an automatic transmission. Power steering, power brakes, AC, and even a copy of the bill sheet. Don't see that very often on some of these older pickup trucks. This one has it.
You know, this is significant, Brother Bill, that 1975 was the first year that Chevrolet used the Silverado nameplate on its trucks. And then it became its own model back then in 1999. So it was at trim level for quite a while.
And you know what? 1975, I believe, is when Ford debuted the F-150 after it had been the F-100.
You may be right.
Yeah.
We'll get our best people on that.
Yeah, let's get me fact-checked on that.
I would if I was you.
71,000. Reserve is off.
Sold.
And there's the gavel.
$71,000 to the Meganet.
And another satisfied customer here at Mecum Auctions.
Boy, there have been plenty of those today.
You bet.
Oh, Bill, you're so good.
Was I right?
You were absolutely right.
I thought so.
That's confidence right there, buddy.
Look at that big smile. I love making you happy.
Oh, not as much as this Nova is. I got to tell you, this color combination, the first time I saw it, man, it just knocked me out. And then there's the engine room, too, which is something to behold.
Yeah, in fact, Shannon gave us, I think, a little look at this not too long ago. Yeah, it's all about that paint, though, that midnight blue. Ooh, does that work? So does the interior as well. You get a good look at it there. And the power, we just saw the engine. It's an LS3. That's banking about, I'm going to say 450 horsepower, maybe. Billet Specialties serpentine belt with a 4L60E automatic transmission. That pretty much covers the running gear. Rytec 4-link suspension. Rear end's been narrowed. Got coil-over shocks. 9-inch rear end and 350 gears. Excellent build.
Man, I think that TMI interior kind of mixes normal leather with suede, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
That midnight blue is just unbelievable.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, guys, there is some suede in there. I stuck my head in there. Just, it doesn't even look beautiful. It feels beautiful as well. And the flex of the sort of the sparkle that you can see out of that paint. Oh, it's just absolutely beautiful.
I know this is like your Shannon, your second or third show with us, right? Second.
Specs not the correct terminology to use when talking about the paint.
I'm sorry?
Is specs not
Oh, no, not at all. I'm just saying that would be classified as Scott Hoke blue.
Okay.
And for many years, folks know that that's my absolute favorite color of blue.
I might have to jump in on that
just
with
so
you there,
know.
Scott. That's a really pretty car right there.
Yeah, you know, you take a car to a car show, you could win your class, you could win best of show, you could win best paint, best engine, best interior. That car could win all of those awards at a show.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
I think he's got cars coming up.
It's so good.
Yeah.
I think he does.
You know what?
He does.
You were talking about calendar cars earlier in the show. I would put that for every month of the year.
Yeah.
A different angle, you know?
We are all just completely, you know, exploding over this Nova.
Raise your bid to 85.
Hey, Jim, he's going to get to 82.
Oh. Wow. Raised his bid. Give him a hand, ladies and gentlemen. He raised his bid. Yeah, okay, not that much applause. Now, I want the rest of you to boo when I tell you what he raised it to. He raised his bid to 82.
Wow.
Now,
Applause followed by booing.
Man, democracy in action.
The reserve is off, 82.
Oh, good.
83. 82 bid, 83. Sold, $82,000.
I'm telling you what.
Next break.
S149.
Put it on his number. He gets paid for it.
K10 custom.
I know somebody just paid $82,000 for it, but that car is so nice. That is a great deal.
Well, just consider what that build cost. And you're into six figures without any hesitation.
Good luck finding any blemish on that thing. Yeah. That is so good. All right, $82,000. I got to calm down.
No, don't.
1970 K10 pickup truck. Following that up.
No expense spared. 2,000-hour nut and bolt build, and driven only 390 miles since they finished it up. 6-liter, 425 horsepower LS engine with a 4L60E 4-speed automatic with overdrive. Oh, so many changes and modifications and upgrades. Never get to all of them. Interior all done over, digital gauges, retro sound stereo, vintage air. Oak wood bed with new stainless steel trim. 3-inch lift. And I'm not done. Flowmaster exhaust. Big General Grabber 33-inch tires with 17-inch KMC. True beadlock wheels. Independent front suspension, 4-link rear suspension.
$165 bid, 165.
They powder coated the chassis after they smoothed it out.
$160,000.
Look at that, Scott.
Wow.
$160,000.
6R80 transmission, vintage air.
And somebody gets $200,000 bid. I got $100,000 to start.
That all leaves us speechless almost.
No kidding, and it's got that Oreo paint. You got the cream in the middle there.
Man, oh man.
It's everything you want.
Okay, everything you want and then some. And the then some is a 1970 Bronco Sport here in red and some black trim, black wheels. Oh, what a beaut.
Yeah, big build here. They put a 5-liter Coyote in there with a 6R80 automatic transmission and the Atlas transfer case. Willwood, there's that name again. Disc brakes with Hydro Boost, 6-piston calipers, and Amper Surge power running boards for ease of entry and exit. And the bid goes on.
Yeah, 130. Not surprising that 130 is not going to be sufficient to lift the reserve here.
Man, some heavy paper went into that build.
Right behind it is a 1958 Corvette. Second one we've seen here in the last few minutes. But this is a little bit different.
Well, it's original, restored, and the steps that they've taken to bring it to this level, I mean, they did not Mickey Mouse anything. This has got the RPO 684 heavy-duty brake and suspension option, which probably means whoever ordered this car was thinking of doing maybe some club-level racing with it.
Yep.
One of 144 made with that code, specifically for competition. Odometer reads 27,000+ miles. And Burt Brown handled the comprehensive restoration. Did it around 1988. Blueprinted 283. And obviously rebuilt at the same time. Got the washboard hood, trunk irons, as all 58s did. Don't know if this ever hit the racetrack with that fuel-injected 283, but you still could.
Sure.
Do some vintage racing with this, vintage sports car racing. People would love to see that car out there.
It does kind of have that, you know, race vibe. No painted coves.
Yeah.
The wheel treatment. Down to business.
Believed to have been used in competition, according to the consignor. So we'll assume that maybe it did hit a racetrack or two.
What if I put 155 in your pocket? 155.
Oh, no. 175, you got a deal.
At your reserve, you get 165.
All in 165?
No, that's what you would get at your reserve. I'm offering you 155, so we're not that far apart.
No, let her go.
Okay. Okay.
Close the bid at $165,000 bid goes on.
F-152.1 and 72 D.
All right, well, Frank laid it out there quite nicely and plainly. Consignor just said, you know what, I'm not ready to cut it loose at 165. So,
you know, and based on the demographic of the consignor, he may have owned this car a long time.
That's true. Good point.
So, you know, he's going to want to get his price if he lets it go.
Hey, how about this? You like green? You like your Pantera? Di Tommaso Pantera, 1972.
Right. Built a couple of thousand of these back in 72. Rebuilt 351 Cleveland. And some new parts and pieces in that engine, including the pistons, the crane, hydraulic roller cam, aluminum intake manifold. There you see some of the documentation in the rear compartment. It's got the original and correct wheels on there, the 5-speed manual transaxle. Ooh, that's got a stiff gear in it. 422 limited slip gears. Yeah, whoopee.
Nikes.
Ooh, we can get 4 gears of rubber out of that. Yeah, we've seen how the market on these Panteras has been on an upward slope in the last decade or so. Although this one trading still in 5 figures. That 351 is pushing out about 460 horsepower. That's a fast car.
$80,000.
They haven't pulled the reserve yet. That may get
Color might be pulling it down a little. You know that? You think? Might be a little too loud for some buyers.
Boy, we have help. You know, seen all the guys bidding on it? That's help. That's a lot of help.
Let's do it.
Sell it?
Yeah.
Bingo!
Okay, he's ready.
Reserve's off.
Reserve comes off at 80.
Di Tommaso Pantera was sold at Lincoln Mercury dealers. back in the day.
Nice job, man.
Yeah, 153, a 1963 Corvette.
That's enough to bring a guy out of his seat, huh?
Yeah, Jack in the Box.
Yes, sir. That is fun. Well, you know, Bill, we have not seen this weekend 63 split window coupe until right now.
Yeah, and Scott, I'm curious to see what happens on the bidding. And already, look at that board.
Yep.
Because this is not an original car.
No.
5.7 liter V8 in there with an automatic transmission. There you see the power plant. That looks like an air conditioning compressor on there as well. But this is far from original, and we know that the original split window coupes always go into six figures if they're anywhere near this condition. And so here we go. Let's see where it goes from here. Red interior.
Interior looked fairly typical.
Yeah, not too much done in there, I would say, except maybe refurbishment. Those are non-factory side exhausts on the side there.
Sure.
Aftermarket wheels.
Going to close the bid at $140,000 and the bid goes on. Yes, 154.
Interesting car.
Yeah, I was curious to see just how high the bidding would go based on the modifications made to it,
Right.
and it did not make reserve.
Yep, 140. We are back in Houston with that 1967 Dodge Dart Custom that had Chris waxing poetically over this bad customer. Bill, you too, 30,000, no reserve.
That'd make a great bracket car to go bracket racing. 400 cube V8 in there. It's board and stroked. 12-to-1 compression. You're not going to drive that on 93 octane, trust me. Plus, a lot of work on the inside of that engine, CNC work, intake manifold. It's got a nitro system in it that has not been wired. You can hook that up, forged crank, H-beam rod. All definitely high-performance drag racing changes made to that car. Selling at no reserve at $32,000.
On to a 1986 Ferrari Testarossa.
Wow, another Ferrari. And this one a Butte. Got that 4.9 liter flat 12, 5-speed manual with that gated shifter. That red outside, the Rosso, tan leather inside. And this one not too far outside the boundaries of a lot of them that we see, Scott. That red and that tan leather bucket seat interior, so familiar to us. And the market on these, this has been a roller coaster ride. They go up, they come back, they go up again. And based on mileage, condition, and how recently it's been serviced, which could be a rather expensive proposition, helps to determine the value. 53,000 miles, so this is not going to be an ultra high dollar Ferrari by any stretch. It's inversely proportional, the value on these cars, mileage versus what they will cost you. The more the mileage goes up, well, the more you might say that the price becomes more attainable.
Well, the reserve has just come off here at $110,000.
Yeah, we can go back to when we first started doing the Mecum auctions. These cars may be trading for half that.
Right.
That market was almost depressed.
Not here and not today. 110,000 just bought it. And we go from the Testarossa to a CSX 4000 series Cobra Roadster, 1965 Shelby Cobra.
Oh, I may start weeping. I had a CSX 4000 Cobra, CSX 4252. This is CSX 4923. Mine had a Newell stock side oiler, 427 with Weber carburetors. That has got a Roush twin supercharged 427 with dual Vortex superchargers rated at 571 rear wheel horsepower. And the dyno sheet is included. 5-speed manual transmission. and very authentic. These CSX 4000 cars, unless somebody goes really wacko on them, they do vibe the original 427 Cobras in almost every department in terms of body dimension, equipment, the correct hood, riveted hood and hood scoop, 3-point roll bar, correct design side exhaust, pin drive wheels, and we're at $145,000.
The color does not hurt this car either, does it?
Mine was black.
Was it really?
With white stripes.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
All right, the reserve is off. Did you mention square taillights?
Yeah, the CSX cars do have those correct taillights.
Yep. All right, 145. That is super cool, and that young man riding shotgun there is having a bit of an experience, isn't he? Even at slow speeds.
Unforgettable.
Hey, I got to tell you, we have a big event coming up a little bit later on this year. Yes, indeedy. We're headed to Nashville, Tennessee for the very first time, and that's coming up in September. I forgot to bring my cowboy hat to Houston, Bill, but I'll definitely bring it.
You'd better.
And maybe some boots to Nashville as well. We'll be at the Super Speedway there. All kinds of stuff going on out on the track for the fans. And, of course, the auction will be in the infield. And it is going to be a time. And look at this. Little 2010 Boxster just gavelled here at $30,000 level.
Yep, they made fast work of it. This has the automatic transmission in it. 2.9 liter flat six, and yep, sold in the bat of an eye.
All right, let's move to 1955 Chevy 210 now.
Oh, I got a feeling this one's going to pull some big money. Got an LT1 in it. 700 R4 automatic. Lamborghini California orange is what they call that color, with the GM white diamond white and a tan interior. Wow, a lot of work. Vintage air, digital dash from Dakota. Rack and pinion steering set, a 1995 Corvette rear end. Ooh, just drinking that interior. Wow, that is show worthy indeed. Aftermarket wheels, 5-spoke, deep dish. Oh, folks, don't let this one get away, man.
Close the bid at $75,000. Close the bid. The bid goes on here.
Yeah, we're short. That's a six-figure car. We'll see what happens if the bid goes on.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
75K. All right, here is a fun Corvette. This is from 1968, and it's one of those L89 Corvettes and a convertible.
427 and aluminum heads. That is the L71, 435 horse. Original, all the way down on this car. Matching numbers, driveline, tank sticker. It's got the protective plate, NCRA shipping data report. 4-speed. Rally red, black interior, 370 positive traction rear end. The off-road exhaust. And don't be confused now. Side exhausts are not the off-road exhaust. Some people make that mistake. Off-road exhausts are under the car exhaust, and side exhausts are totally different.
Visible versus invisible, right?
Right. But that off-road exhaust gives you a little less back pressure, a little bit more bark.
Well, they're going to need a little bit more bark in the bid department here. 70,000 won't get it done today. We will continue after a short timeout here from Mecum, Houston, Texas. Stick around. Well, that's the scene from high above the auction floor here at the NRG Center in Houston. And the car we're going to take a look at next is significant. 2015 Ferrari F12 Berlinetta. That just reached a high bid of $300,000, and we'll head toward bid goes on.
Yeah, when this car debuted at Ferrari with that 731 horsepower V12, it became the car that held the record at the test track over in Italy in terms of the street legal Ferraris they were turning out. This had turned the quickest lap of any other Ferrari at that time.
All right, as I mentioned, 300 was the high bid, and we moved to 1967 Corvette. This has got an interesting little power plant, Bill. I don't know. I'm trying to remember how often we've seen this.
Right, yeah, and you're referring to the 383 in there, that stroker V8, that stroked engine. Yeah, not something we see in mid-year Corvettes very often. Turbo hydromatic 350 and a C4 front suspension. So, you know, kind of a grab bag of parts and pieces on this build. Shark Bite, that's the name of the company that provided the rear suspension on this. See the silver with black Stinger hood.
Yeah, look at that matte black Stinger too.
Yes.
That is interesting, and it brought decent money at $120.
Yep.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's from the expect the unexpected category, I think.
Right.
Can you hear that rumble?
How can you not?
That is coming out of a 72 total custom K5 Blazer. Wow.
No expense spared. Boy, we use that term from time to time, and then we see the finished product and we understand why. 72 K5. This market continues to be absolutely percolating. Custom K5s. There you see the fuel-injected 6-liter V8. This is an original 2-wheel drive truck. 6L80 automatic transmission, Willwood disc brakes. All 4 wheels. 22-inch billet wheels. Beautiful paint. Great looking interior. Oh, nothing to really fault on this truck. Look at how those wheels and the tires just kind of accentuate those wheel openings.
Oh my goodness.
Huh?
Yeah.
Perfect match.
125 pounds and not a man. 125.
That is really well done. 100 is bid.
Excellent ride height.
100.
Boy, there's no end in sight to the desirability of these K5s. Both the fixed roof, the ones we see that have the soft top, some of them have no tops.
100,000 I got bid.
And everybody, again, they take liberties on how they want their build to look in terms of color, power plant, interior, extra features. Just a blank canvas.
No. 130. 130 will buy.
130 will buy, Russ.
130. 105. Okay. That's
Well,
what we're
Frank
going to do. We're going to
Mecum
close
is
bid.
indicating
It
let's
goes
move
on
ahead.
100.
They are a little bit too far
On the
apart.
block now, showing line S.
So we'll take a look at a 67 Camaro Super Sport.
In Marina Blue. With that L78 396 or 375 horsepower. Don't know if it was born with that engine. I have a feeling it wasn't, but it's a plug and play, drops right in there. 4-speed. Her shifter. First year for the rally wheels, and this one has them. Red line tires. And a $100,000 bid right now. Not a Z28.
Nope.
SS, but that 396, boy, I'll tell you, that's a pretty good talking point when it hits the block.
Still at 100.
105. Let's go. Anybody else? 105.
Acting like we're a little ways apart.
Good close bid, 100,000 out of it goes on.
Well, the bid goes on for the Camaro at $100,000. And we get to shift gears. Manual transmission only on our Mecum auction, by the way, when we shift.
Oh, good. I'm glad.
We'll shift and send it over to Chris Jacobs.
B&M with reverse lockout, I'm sure. Scott, this is a 1962 International Harvester Scout, and it's a custom, not just because it's an LS swap under the hood. Come along this way. Trigger warning to all your purists, by the way. This is custom because it is a stretch. Check this out. They actually took two Scouts and melded them together. I was talking to the consignor, who is also the builder. He said the cut was made right here, and essentially all of this is metalwork. Very well done. Very well done. I've seen a lot of metalwork in my life, and you cannot see any of the seams or welds or anything like that. So kudos to the builder who built this. Now, this thing is pretty much built for beach running or, you know, cruising around on spring break. It's got a Dana in the front, a 60 in the front, a Dana 70 in the rear. All custom suspension. Very nice paint job, and custom interior as well with these seats. Very Spartan, just ready to get wet in there too. I'm sure you can hose this whole thing out. So for the right buyer, this is gonna be their dream truck. And we're gonna see it go across the block in just a little bit, see how it does, guys.
Yeah, man, somebody could have a ton of fun with that Scout, you know, and just go nuts.
Somebody could have a ton of friends with that Scout.
Very true. Yeah, absolutely. All right, back to the block here, and 69 Camaro is up next.
Now serving S169. Sometimes I feel like I'm at the DMV.
That is the lot number, and it is kind of poetic that it's a 69 Camaro.
Yes, and look at that. That is an LT4 supercharged engine in there. You never would guess if that hood was closed. Torque thrust wheels, you get a close-up look at those. 10-speed automatic transmission hooked up to that LT4. Comprehensive custom build. And again, a little bit outside of the box with that choice of power plant.
Yep. You are right. No call out whatsoever on the fenders advertising anything about this car.
Right.
Looking at 70 grand for it at the moment.
72.
You might be able to hear a little bit of a whine when that supercharger gets spooled up. But other than that, ask anybody, hey, what do you think is in that? I don't know. Could be a 350, 396. Maybe even a pirated 302 from a Z28.
Or you could even stick a Corvette engine.
Corvette crate motor.
Yep.
Sky's the limit.
At the other end of the spectrum, it could have a six-cylinder in there. It could.
Don't be a buzzkill, please.
We've seen it before, man, and we all shake our heads. How rare those birds are.
Oh, yeah.
78, now 80. 78 pound out of bed, 80 bed, 80 pound down, negative 80,000. 78 pounds, negative 80,000 out of bed, down, down, 80. Forget. So 78 pound out of sold.
All right, that's pretty reasonable there. 78,000 bucks, and it's got a new owner. And next up for us, 1974 Bronco Ranger.
Well, if you're familiar with off-road racing, the name Bill Straub is probably very familiar to you. This was sent to his shop in Long Beach in 1974 and outfitted with the Baja Bronco package. Power plant 302, and that looks pretty much as delivered. Not a lot of radical modifications there, but the suspension, brakes, things like that, the bumper braces underneath, some of the cross members, what have you, all have been strengthened and reinforced. That's what that Ranger package is. 411 limited slip rear axle. Even has the auxiliary fuel tank and a skid plate. They even have a leather of authenticity too, from the president of Baja Broncos Unlimited.
A leather what?
Letter of authenticity.
Yeah, letter of authenticity. I thought you said leather or something.
It's a leather letter.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
I just misunderstood.
No, and I did too.
$130,000. A lot of good stuff to like about that Bronco.
Oh, yeah.
But not enough to get it bought here today. So we've got a break straight ahead. Back with more as we roll on from Houston.
Welcome back to Mecum Houston. It is Saturday, and there are so many cool and unique cars here getting ready to go across the block. You will definitely see this one coming, not only because it's lifted so high, but because of the color. I think this is Scott Hoke Blue, if I'm correct. I know I'm new to the party, but I've been told that many times. Take a look at just the coloring that's along the side of this, and if you take a look inside, it's completely custom. This is a 1978 Ford Bronco, but there is nothing almost 40 years old about this. It is just custom from top to bottom. But Bill, I have a question for you about this Ford Bronco. It says 7.3L Godzilla across the front. Is that because it's so large when it's coming towards you, you better watch out, or is there something else behind that?
Well, in the minds of some people, it could mean that. Actually, it refers to the engine. That's that 7.3-liter crate engine from Ford Performance that's rated at 430 horsepower out of the box, but you put some of those Ford Performance modifications on those motors, you're talking 600 horsepower plus. Godzilla indeed, however, not available in Tokyo.
And they are not shy about it. Thank you, Shannon. And you're right, that is Scott Hoke Blue with the colors and the power. All good. And coming up a bit later on. In the meantime, 2012 Mercedes-Benz. This is an SL63 AMG convertible.
Oh, that car will dance. 557 horsepower out of the 6.3-liter twin-turbo V8 with that Mercedes-Benz automatic transmission, both automatic and manually shifted if you like. Power, retractable hardtop, panoramic glass roof. So you're going to look pretty while you're going fast. And it sells $41,000.
Sure does.
Car MSRP, $100,000 easily.
40 here, 140 pounds out of 30 pounds, $1 on a Crown Pet. 30 pounds and on bid, 15.
There you see the 1955 Ford Crown Victoria.
1955, Chevy was making all kinds of noise across the street with their first V8 engine and their 12-volt electrical system. Meanwhile, Ford, they had already had a V8 engine going all the way back to 1932, a flathead engine, so they put the 272 Y-block and the 55 Crown Victoria and just soldiered on with those 8-cylinder engines. Automatic transmission, power steering, but of course those Crown Vics with that distinctive roof line, as you can see, with that accent bar that goes from one side of the roof to the other, and the tinted glass. Yeah, they had the 55 Chevy covered in terms of styling back then, no doubt about it. You take a look at sales between Ford and Chevy during that time period, and it was a photo finish. As Ford took the high ground one year, I think 1957 they beat Chevy. Chevy come back, they'd sell more cars. But this car right here, this was the flagship for Ford in 55. Dual exhaust, full wheel covers, and the Continental spare tire kit in the back.
Not sure what that pink looks like on television, but here in person, it is absolutely popping.
I was about to ask Bill what he thinks about it. It's called Tropical Rose. It looks like Barbie pink to me.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Brenda, the girl that I took to my senior prom, her gown was that color. So kind of makes me weep a little bit when I think of that.
Spark in the room when the bass go.
Well, the Corvette, the Malibu, plenty of reasons to check out that collection of cars in Indianapolis at Dana Mecum's 39th Original Spring Classic. That's one of almost 20 collections, and we're still more than a month away from opening things up at the Indiana State Fairgrounds. We'll have coverage for you beginning on May 13th right here on ESPN Plus. There will be some heavy hitters there. Here is a 2009 Aston Martin DB9 Volante with the reserve just having been lifted as we come back live on ESPN Plus.
Oh man, is there any car on wheels that is more sexy than the Aston Martin DB9? Now it's hard to believe that this car is 17 years old too. 470 horse, 5.9 liter V12 engine, 6-speed automatic transmission, and luxury abundanza. Yeah, this is the cruiser Aston Martin. You get to the Vantage, you get to the performance cars that have a little bit more of a performance profile, but all of them still have that Aston Martin look of luxury.
Well, this 1970 Challenger RT should get your juices flowing, Mr. Stevens.
Well, you know what I always say. Any car that has something sticking up out of the hood can't be all bad. Supercharged 426 Hemi, built by Owens Racing Engines. That's an 871 BDS blower drive service blower or supercharger. 950 CFM carburetors. I mean, that is going to run gasoline through that engine like it were a toilet tank.
Oof. Just a little upgrade from the G-Code 318 that it left the factory with.
Oh, boy.
Maybe, yeah.
Oh, boy. Somebody should be chained up who put the motor in that car.
High bid, what was that, 100,000? Yes,
yeah,
it was 100,000, and it did not sell. Here's a custom Camaro treatment on a 73 Camaro.
Yeah, this has got a built 427 LSX in it with a 4L60E 4-speed automatic with overdrive. And a lot of the parts that we expect to see on some of these contemporary builds, the Willwood Power 4-wheel disc brakes, drilled and slotted rotors, vintage air, MagnaFlow stainless dual exhaust. Suspensions had some work done to it too. The tubular A-arms from Global West, Hotchkiss tie rods, heavy-duty sway bar, the QA1 shocks, and welded-in subframe connectors. Yeah, there's as much work that went on underneath that Camaro as up top. Gray metallic paint. The interior is in gray leather with suede inserts.
Yeah, that is a great look with the modern Z28 badges on those front fenders, the color-matched bumper. And if you're going to upgrade a Camaro, anything 72 and later is a great candidate for it.
Yes. Yeah, because you couldn't leave it up to the factory during those years. It was all up to you to go nutty on the powertrain and the build.
$120,000 buys that Camaro. All right, up next, everyone. Chris, you and I have already talked about this car yesterday, and we've both seen it. It's a Porsche Legend, Bill, 1988, 930 turbo, and that is the big deal right there. In addition to the turbo, that factory front slant nose look.
Oh, my God. These cars, did they ever set the performance pace for Porsche back then? And, of course, if you really wanted to up the ante and you went to that 935 slant nose that went out and just ruled the roost on so many road courses. What a great time for Porsche performance. Flat 6-cylinder engine, rebuilt at 38,000 miles. The turbo's been rebuilt. 5-speed manual has been rebuilt as well. And it is a real flat slant nose. I mean, we all know there are replicas everywhere.
Yep.
But look at the bidding on this, and that tells you all you need to know about the authenticity of this.
Yeah, the authenticity and the quality of the rebuild. As you mentioned, it is a factory slant nose, that M505 option. But being rebuilt, both flat 6 and the transmission, that's where what changed. Because this car would have left the factory with a 4-speed manual transmission, but it's been upgraded to that G50 5-speed. And so that, because it's a replacement transmission, you might as well improve the performance by upgrading it to the 5-speed.
Yeah, and you know what? $285,000 is not enough to buy it. And I don't think any of us are surprised by that.
Not at all. You're gonna have to upgrade the bid there as well. All right, so bid goes on the slant nose, and we get to a 1971 Barracuda.
Yeah, Mopar Performance was in its final chapter until recently, and then suddenly we were delighted to see how the Hemi was brought back and some of those high horsepower cars as well. But 1971, that was the last year you get a Hemi. This has got a 440. 6-barrel V8 engine, but it doesn't have the 6-barrel anymore. It's got Phytech fuel injection. March Performance billet front runner system and a Tremec 5-speed gearbox. And look at that color. Boy, are we so excited to see these high-impact colors on these classic Mopars.
I couldn't agree more. Now, hopefully the audience at home caught the adjustable air ride suspension adjusting itself as the camera came up to the car. It looks like it's at its lowest setting right now and just lean and mean. What a stance on this car. Great tub job in the back to fit those wider wheels in there.
Right.
Man, really nice build here.
Yeah, they do those mini tubs now, and it's a popular upgrade to be able to get those wheels and tires underneath there without rubbing on the suspension or the body or anything else.
And that's not even going to get, I mean, you can't even build half that car for that price right there.
Nope. And $75,000, the bid goes on that Barracuda. Here is a 71 Cuda. And we'll start off at $70,000, now getting closer to 6 figures.
Hey, how about this? Another 440 with aftermarket fuel injection. How about that?
Interesting.
Yep. Rotisserie restoration, MSD, provided that fuel injection system. 727 torque flight, 8 3/4-inch rear end. It's got headers, Edelbrock intake underneath that fuel injection system. Vintage aired, Dakota digital gauges, all those little upgrades we love to see. Willwoods, all 4 corners, and Pro Touring style suspension. And yet the car maintains an original look and profile.
Interesting. This is an H code, originally an H code car, 340. The previous was a G code 318, but they've both been upgraded and have had the fuel injection added, which is very cool, and different consigners randomly.
That 440 wedge, both have that fuel injection unit on it. Different manufacturers, but same technology.
Yeah. Kind of the same thought, and the high bid on that one from 71, $110,000. Time to roll out a 2007 F430 Spider from Ferrari.
Well, if this sells, it will not be inexpensive. Odometer reads 466 miles.
Oh.
Yeah. It's got the 4.3-liter V8 that we've seen earlier today, the Formula One style automated manual transmission. Scuderia shields, you see the interior there, beautiful leather-lined interior. With those Daytona seats, those are adjustable seats, power adjustable Daytona seats. Disc brakes, all 4 wheels with ABS and red calipers. Includes all the books, the manuals, and vehicle identification passport as well, part of the Ferrari documentation. Yeah, we knew this was not going to be any kind of a bargain buy for anybody. We're at 240 and still climbing, I think.
I think you're right. Maybe.
Maybe.
245. 245. Well, 260 buy it if I get 260. 260.
Well, they've got 270.
Yeah. Yeah, I said at 240 was still climbing, and it took a moment or two, but it did.
Last call, 275, 275 bid, I'd get a bit of a 70, get a bit of a pair, I'd get a 270 bid, 50, I'd get a bit of a 70, how far, I'd get a bit of a 70 bid, and I'd get a bit of a 70, get a bit of a 70, 270, I'd get a 65, 70, not half, close to 265, close to 265.
Wow, 265, they reset it a little bit, and you wonder how close they are.
Oh, I was just going to say that. I wonder if they can make that deal happen.
Well, we'll leave it there at 265 for the time being. More still to come. Oh, we are deep in the heart of Texas, H-Town. So much going on here in this city. Of course, the eyes of the world on the Johnson Space Center over the last, 10 days or so. Astronauts came back to Earth yesterday. Man, that was kind of cool. And we're here in this city loving every minute of it and loving the opportunity to showcase some fantastic cars. 2007 911 Carrera 4S here.
Oh, boy. Look at what you're going to get for your money on this Porsche. Now, it's going to go to bid goes on. This is going to be less than $50,000, I guarantee you. And this is a real 911 drop top with a 355 horsepower 3.8 flat 6 with a Tiptronic 5-speed and all-wheel drive. And what I just described is going to put somebody in the seat of a Porsche 911 for a lot less than you might imagine.
And it's in fantastic shape, too, by the way.
Yeah, too.
Or you could have this 1980 Ferrari 308 GTS in triple black. This doesn't happen very often.
It does not. And boy, it works.
Yep.
Triple black. Wow. 2.9 liter V8 with a turbo. Gated 5-speed, target top, leather interior, 26,000 miles plus on the odometer. But you're right, Scott, it's this color scheme.
I wonder what the production numbers on a all-black 308 GTS were in 1980.
Yeah, if it's factory, I mean, maybe
that's true.
Reshot it, but still, this is really off the hook. Look at the bidding on this, too. We haven't sold it yet, but...
Guys, I was drooling on this car when it was in staging, too, and what really does it for me is the pure analog quality of the interior with all those switches. And, Bill, you mentioned the gated shifter. It just takes you right back.
Yeah.
We should text Steve Matchett and have him call Marinello and say, please make more like this.
They would take his call.
They absolutely would.
Yeah.
What did the high bid end up being there?
In the 50s, I believe?
Yeah, 57,000.
Yeah.
Okay, still available.
Oh, Campagnola wheels. And, I want it.
On and on. 94 G-Wagon here. Believe it or not, 1994. Yep, this is a G320.
These trucks, I am so bemused by these trucks. They are very valuable. They sticker for well over $100,000, and they're just a big Mercedes-Benz box. They look like the box they came in, and yet people love them.
Yep.
This one, 1994, they've been building them for a while. High-end SUV all the way, 3.2 liter inline 6, automatic transmission. Styling, yeah, not the calling card on these, but it doesn't matter.
Buy this one and that little triple black Ferrari to go along with it. Huh?
What a pair.
My goodness. All right. And so we will get set to move on here in just a second, but first we want to send it over to Chris Jacobs, who is standing by with today's Saturday edition of our Stay Built Performance Tip. Chris?
Thanks, Scott. Well, you mentioned the Artemis astronauts came home last night. When they re-entered the Earth's atmosphere, they're traveling at 25,000 miles an hour. If you want to get a couple miles an hour closer to that, you might want to use a little Stay-Built Fast Fix. Cleans out your carburetors and your injectors, just ups your car's performance a little bit, and you know that's what it's all about, especially in the collector car world. And man, what a collector car I'm standing next to right now. 1961 Impala bubble top. That is a custom-built 427 under the hood, backed up by a 4-speed manual transmission. And this is done in Roman red. And get a look at the wheels and interior. American Racing all the way around. Power brakes behind those. And then this is a custom-built interior, and it just goes so well with this Roman red exterior, that kind of sand-colored interior. And come around back to the C-pillar, and you know exactly why it's a bubble top. See the way this C-pillar tapers down to the molding at the bottom? That's an instant sign that you are looking at a bubble top Impala. This one is 61, a great year for the Impalas. Of course, the signature triple tail lights, and this one's going to be going across the block in just a little bit. Scott?
Indeed it will. Chris, thank you very much. That is our Stay Built Performance Tip. You can find out more at staybuiltmecum.com. And as always, we are thrilled to have them on board with us as a long-term sponsor of our Mecum Auctions telecast. Hey, big block 72 Corvette here, brother Bill. LS5 454 under that hood.
Yep, the LS5 360 horsepower, automatic transmission, pewter silver paint. Got factory air conditioning too. Of course, the T-tops and the four-wheel disc brakes and the removable rear glass, and that soon was no longer available. Freshly serviced and mechanically road ready.
You know, that is a very unusual looking color combination, pewter silver with blue interior.
It is.
But if you had a pewter silver car, the blue is most common for that interior and exterior combination.
With that paint?
Yes.
And yet, can you remember how many of these we've seen come through?
No.
No.
Almost zero.
I would say.
That is really striking.
Yeah.
Come on, baby. Give us that car.
Okay, the reserve comes off at 47.
You sure? One time?
Well bought.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir. $47,000. You'll enjoy it.
Yeah.
Oh, 1954 Buick Skylark is up next. Skylark convertible. Wow, what a piece.
Yeah, this debuted at the GM Motorama a year earlier, 1953. The cars that actually made headlines around the world. The Skylark, Cadillac Eldorado. And you had the Corvette, which made its debut at that very same Motorama. Wow, 322 cubic inch nail head, one of 836 convertibles that were built in 1954. Malibu blue paint, power operated convertible top. The power windows, steering, brakes, chrome wire wheels. Oh. Documentation goes along with it. With the Buick promotional book, the owner's guide, Buick shop manual. Look at those cutaway wheel wells. So distinctive. Lavish chrome throughout the car. Yeah, those Motorama twins, the Oldsmobile Fiesta, along with the Cadillac and the Buick, were sensations. Harley Earl's finest hour to bring those cars out. And of course, the Corvette, as I mentioned. And of the three cars that debuted at the 53 Motorama, it was the Buick, according to, General Motors, is the one that received the fewest modifications between the Motorama and production. The car was pretty much produced the way that it looked when it was at that show.
And how unusual is that? Most cars that debut at a, car show or whatever, they're spec cars or prototypes or concept cars. They look nothing like they did when they were at the show.
And a lot of time it's because of public opinion. They'll debut the car, they'll canvass the people that are there and say, what do you think? Well, if you could just do this, or maybe change that, make that a little bigger or whatever, they'll go back and they'll put that, on the drawing board.
It's kind of like listening to you describe things that you don't like about a car.
You know how they listen to me.
67,000 is the bid here.
No reserve.
With the internet in play. You mentioned that. You mentioned Harley Earl and the fact that those cars really didn't go through that many changes, comparatively speaking, which speaks to the fact that Harley Earl hit a home run just about every time.
Yeah, his batting average was way up there. And he really does get credit for instituting the whole idea of a concept car before anybody else really got on board. The 1939 Buick Y-Job is considered to be the first of the real concept cars that would kind of pave the way for what was to come from General Motors.
Yeah, guys, Harley Earl also pioneered the use of clay molding in designing cars.
Right. And because of that, a lot of designers from the other manufacturers came over to work for him. Raymond Loewy worked for Harley Earl. Virgil Exner worked for Harley Earl.
Yeah, and that Buick, by the way, did sell for $77,000. Great opportunity to take a look at that car from '54. Here's a '61 Corvette convertible that you can see that more modern Corvette engine peeking out from under the hood there.
Oh, yeah. How about a 400 horsepower 6.2 LS2? Street performance, chrome pulley system. That's just one of the things underneath there that really dressed it up. 4L65E, General Motors automatic, with some upgrades in it as well. We'll hook up a little bit better. Viper red is the color. Inside, Al Knock responsible for how beautifully restored that interior is. He's probably the best in the business. Vintage air. Some classic gauges from All-American. I did it steering column. And all of the things that I'm mentioning here come from manufacturers that have been accepted as being just about the best you can get. No low-balling anything on this. Custom AM/FM CD Bluetooth audio. Coil-over suspension, getting back to the chassis. Four-wheel independent suspension. Powder-coated to match the outside paint. Good Lord. Did we sell it? We did.
We did, indeed. 117.5. There's the sticker going in the window.
Wow, I'd give that the price for the most outrageous C1 that we've had so far in Houston.
All right, to Rally Green 69 Camaro Super Sport next.
Factory X55 code Super Sport. It's a real one. Extensive restoration. Rally Green with white hockey stripes. 350 motor, Muncie 4-speed, and 12-bolt rear end. Power steering and front disc brakes. Other upgrades include the sound system, auto sound AM/FM with auxiliary input. Plug in something with your tunes on it. Custom center console. BF Goodrich TA radial tires. Staggered, a little bit bigger out back. Rally wheels, of course. And great detailing. Ready for the spotlight. How about the green with the white top?
Love it.
Comes right at you, doesn't it?
A little white shifter knob hiding down in there.
Yeah.
S194 is 66.
And a high bid of $70,000.
V8 automatic, recently installed power steering, no reserve.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the Mustang GT from 66. A little convertible up next for us.
Yep, C-code car, 289, 200 horse. That means it has the 2-barrel carburetor and the C4 automatic transmission. Oh, this has got some long legs, a 280 rear axle ratio. This could be a 300-mile-an-hour Mustang here. Well, I'm exaggerating.
Downhill, maybe.
Guys, as I was walking by, it was the interior that caught my eye, the custom pony interior on those seats, both on the back seat and the front seat. I was talking to the owner. I said, we don't see that in every single Mustang, do we? And he just shook his head, no. It's really cool, the detail that you can see in there. And he's sad to see this one go, hopefully.
Yeah, you know, and we see that fairly often when people get a little lump in their throat when a car they've owned for a while is finally going to a new home. Candy apple red, classic color.
Well, Paul Guck's guy up in the upper left-hand corner is contemplating it. He's the high bidder right now.
There will always be a market for V8 Mustang convertibles, especially with manuals. This one with the automatic, but that's the C4 automatic. That would be the performance automatic that was used behind the small block engines from Ford, you know, that had a decent amount of horsepower.
Yep, indeed, and it sells for $34,000. So we will pause here. About 90 minutes left in our program with you today in Dallas, or in Houston, rather. Back in a moment.
Welcome back to Houston, everybody, for our continuing coverage of Mecum Auctions here on ESPN+. I'm in the staging lanes with a very well-restored 1963 Corvette. I'm going to pop open the hood here so you can see the rebuilt numbers matching 327. That's topped up by 2 Edelbrock 4-barrel carburetors. This does retain its original 4-speed transmission. Behind that, interior's been completely customized and redone. You can see this is all new seat coverings. These patterns, of course, are not stock. Neither is that leather-covered dash or the gauge cluster in the dash, but very, very well done. And one other thing they took a little bit of a liberty with, on all C2 Corvettes, the gas filler doors are the same. But if this was a 63, it'd just be a white background with larger cross flags. This is actually a 1966 filler door. Maybe the guy who built the car just preferred it. Really well painted in this saddle over the tan interior, and a very, very nice restoration, as I said. And as Bill loves to point out, these Kelsey Hayes knockoffs, they were available from the factory, but they were not factory installed. So whoever built this car back then, or maybe more modern, then they put these on there. Back to you guys on the mat.
All right, man. Thank you, Chris. Yes, on the mat, just off the block, we have a 69 Rally Sport Super Sport Camaro, $130,000, still active bidding.
Yo. Yep, 396. This is the 350 horsepower version of that big block rotisserie restoration M21 close ratio 4-speed with a Hurst shifter, the 12-bolt rear end with positive traction. Cortez silver, beauty, houndstooth interior, factory air, and that's what's driving the bidding. All of these extras, tilt column, oh man, fold down rear seat.
No, just 130.
That's one. Cowl induction hood, tinted glass. This is loaded to the gunnels.
I won't sell it.
At 139, you're netting 125.
Now you sell it.
You're going to pass over $5,000. You're going to take a check home for 120. At 139, you take a check home for 125.
Will you do 5% instead of 10 on my side?
Sure. Reserves off.
Okay. That deal works out.
Yeah. You've got to be a PhD in mathematics sometimes to follow what's going on out there.
32,500 bid. 31,132.5.
130,000 the reserves off.
Sold 130, sold $130,000 Spangins Way. Here's Trev.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Yes.
I know you're going to find this hard to believe, but I made a mistake and I want to correct it.
Oh, okay.
Because if I don't, the voice of JK will be in my head yelling at me. Bill, do you remember the 1972 LS5 454 Corvette that we had earlier?
Pewter?
Yes. I said it had 365 horsepower. If it were a 71, I'd be right.
Yes.
72, it's got 270 horsepower. So,
honestly, I did not hear you say that.
Well, I feel better.
Yes.
I don't want to leave anything on the table that needs correcting.
You were a Boy Scout once, right?
Yeah.
Honesty.
I actually wasn't. I failed the admissions exam.
Oh, dear. I'm sorry I brought that up. Speaking of Corvettes, here's one from '69, a convertible, beautiful color combination set up, very nicely presented.
Sure is. Le Mans blue, but we've had an engine swap, a 430 horsepower LS3, which you could get in a C6 Corvette, by the way, so they just retrofitted it back into the 1969. Tremec 6-speed, Ride-Tech coilover suspension, and Willwood disc brakes, and vintage air. Interior's new, except for the original steering wheel. They stripped the body all the way down, too, before they repainted it. That's why it looks so good. New soft top and original black hardtop. As you can see, goes with the car with that vinyl finish, the old vinyl top on the removable hardtop.
What?
105 is bid.
115. We're getting close at 115. Just do it quick. 115. 115,000. Anybody else? 115,000 on the bid. All right, David, get here. 10 to bid. 15 wonder. Now 20. Out here. 115. 120. I get 115. 100. David, get 20 bid. All right, David, get down 15 bid. 100. David, get 20. I get 115. 100. David, get 20 bid. 100. David, here at about 20.
Boy, those are not OEM rally wheels either. Those are a little bit bigger than what the original wheels would have been.
125, sir.
Might be 16
About
inches.
125. You get the 122.
125.
Ho!
122.
Ho!
Now you're at 125. 125. Hey, reserves up. 125.
125. You're in right now, okay?
How about that? A C3 with a non-original powertrain and some other upgrades as well, selling for $122,500. A tribute to the build, clearly.
My goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I mentioned how well it was presented and how good I didn't think it was going to end up that high,
you know.
But love it.
Yep.
Okay, let's see what's in store next for a custom-built '68 Camaro.
Wow, where is this one going to bid? This is showtime all the way. Yikes. 525 horsepower LS3. This is the crate engine LS3. We had the OEM LS3 in this previous Corvette we just saw with 430 horse. So now we're moving the chess pieces around a little bit on this one. Silver Sport Tremec TKX 5-speed manual with a hydraulic clutch. Rack and pinion steering conversion, Ride-Tech. We see those pieces a lot.
Yes.
That's that strong arm front control arm setup, Hotchkiss rear sway bar. But talk about the paint.
Ooh.
Don't fall into that paint job, Chris Jacobs. Don't get too close, man.
I was talking to the consignor of this car on the staging lanes, and we were talking in particular about the paint. And the touch that I love are those stripes that are just on the fenders. They don't run across the hood. So just very, very subtle and very, very well done. Very deep into that paint. Love the color. And I love the way they're popping on screen right now.
Oh, absolutely.
Those are definitely reminiscent of Corvette Grand Sport hash marks.
Yeah, especially the 96. We remember those.
Yep.
And of course, that comes from racing. Multi-car teams would bring their cars to the racetrack, and all the cars would be painted identical. And if they were racing at night, especially when they were coming down pit lane, they needed different color stripes on the fender so everybody would know which car was coming in. This is before they had radio communications.
That is so good.
Oh, man.
I've got 91,000 bid.
You know, and that red actually makes you look twice.
I'll work with you
at the rest
Try
of the
to help
car.
you sell your car.
Because it almost fools you into thinking that it might be some really super deep dark cherry instead of black.
We're cutting our commission way down.
You know what I mean?
I'll give you a check for 87. You want to do that?
But it's not. It's super well done, though.
Reserves
Okay, they got it done.
$92,000. Jim, yes, no, I'm going to go. I got 91,000, Nick, 92. Final call, 91, 92,000. So, $91,000, Nick Sprackland.
Well, Trev Morvek hammers it, $91,000. So that's the answer to the question.
Yeah. Yeah, can't take your eyes off that car.
Yeah, and I can tell you after checking out the build quality on that, that's in the well-bought category at 91 grand.
100 points.
Well, here is a 1934 Ford pickup, one of any number of body styles that you could get in the early 30s from Ford, starting 32 and on.
Yeah, sweet little budget build here. You know, we're not looking at a six-figure truck by any stretch. Older restoration, little 283 small block, Holley 4-barrel in there with HEI, high energy ignition distributor. Got a subframe up front from a Mustang 2, and the rear suspension's from a C3 Corvette. Air conditioning, automatic transmission, steel fenders and running boards. So there's a good chance that that cab is a repro. Yeah, somewhere in the 20s ought to sell this. Can't get there.
Now, if you bought that, would you leave that woodwork like it is, or would you refinish it?
I'd do something with that, yeah. The rest of the truck is so primo.
I'd get Homer Formby on the phone and get some Formby stuff.
Oh, there's a name I haven't heard lately.
I know. Okay, here is that stretched out Scout that Chris previewed for us a little while ago. Man, this is super trick how they got this done, man.
Yeah, and it took two to do it, and they essentially just cut the front end off of one and the back end off the other and welded them together. It's definitely a cool look. This is very unusual. Never seen a stretch Scout before. And the way it's done just kind of works at how Spartan it is and the great paint job.
Yeah, you know, it's done so well, you could be fooled into thinking that the factory built it, which of course they didn't, but, and let's see, how much do we think this is worth? I don't think we're going to find many comps on this.
Correct. Well, the bid is at $75,000 right now.
The reserve's off. Six-liter LS V8, 4L80E automatic transmission.
And right there is where they made the cut. The camera's kind of zooming in on it too.
Yeah.
But that column right there, they split that right in half, and that's where they married the two bodies together.
And if you use your imagination, you can picture how that goes together.
Yep.
Tell you what, it's definitely in the dare to be different category.
Oh, sure. Yeah, whoever buys this should buy that four-door Cuda that we had.
Yes, if you're looking at that, what's that middle pillar there was essentially where the firewall would be on a regular lengthened Scout.
You could have the one of none collection.
Yeah.
Here's a selection of things that nobody built.
Good start.
And it brings 85 grand. Oh. I feel like Ralph Cramden.
Yes.
For this 66 Nova. We've talked so many times about how well the 66 Nova takes to customizing and resto-modding. And this may be the poster child of all of that.
You know, Scott, we take all the customs we've seen today. We could have the Detroit Autorama right here in Houston with the build quality that we're seeing. Look at this Nova, no expense spared, body off restoration, 500 miles on the bill. Let's get into the hardware. 6-liter LS, which has been built for a boost with a Whipple supercharger. Special cam, upgraded cylinder heads. The throttle bodies from Nick Williams, that's been upgraded. Injector dynamics, injectors. Extra fuel delivery as well. You don't want that engine to starve out, and it peters out at 120,000.
What an amazing color combination, too, between the cherry red exterior and those kind of green gold forge line wheels. Really nice combo.
Man, unusual, yes, but it works. I love that car. 120,000, won't buy it today.
No, well, twice that maybe went into the build. Who knows?
63 Corvette convertible right behind it.
Yeah, again, the convertibles in 1963 kind of had to take a back seat to the split window coupe. So people who are looking to get into a 63 Corvette and don't have split window coupe money, well, a convertible will be a good way to go. This one's been modified. Numbers matching 327, but that was not a numbers matching induction system with the dual Edelbrock carburetors, rebuilt 4-speed, saddle tan metallic exterior. Now the original saddle tan on a 63 Corvette didn't look like that. That looked spectacular. They rebuilt a few things on this, including the suspension. And it's got side exhausts, which were not available in 63, but I don't care because they look great on any C2.
Yes, they do, and you've mentioned that many times.
Yeah.
Never wrong about that, brother. 175,000. To the bid goes on, it goes. Well, part of the Mecum service station here at Houston, or at any event for that matter, is Mecum Financial Services. The great team can help you make sure that you have all the numbers in order. That's an important thing. You can find out more by checking them out in person at the desk there, or go to mecumfinancial.com, and they are really good at helping you bid with more horsepower. And I know you know that firsthand, Bill.
Yeah, I'm a customer and so happy with what they did for me when I bought my Grand Cherokee in Harrisburg a couple of years ago.
Indeed, and now to a 1979 Ford F-250 on the block. And the reservists offer at $55,000.
Solid truck, frame off restoration, 400 cube V8 with a C6 automatic. And did not take long to find somebody that wants to own this pickup.
You are correct, 55 grand. Next up on the block is 2023 Demon 170. Wow.
In black. Demonic, definitely. And as we know, this has got that outrageous powertrain, 6.2 liter supercharged engine, 1,000 horse plus, automatic transmission. This has the power sunroof. I think that option was like 25,000 or something.
Sunroof option, no carbon fiber wheels there, and these are the back-to-back matching VINs.
Yes, so you told us about these yesterday,
yeah,
right?
So it's a unique opportunity for someone to pick these up. Not sure if the person who buys this one is going to buy the next one, if it does sell. Currently bid at 110.
This one is the 23. The next one right behind it with the matching VIN would have been from 2018. So we're going in reverse chronological order here.
And they're both high in the, there are 3,000 produced in each one, and these are both, I think, in the 2,800 range of the VIN. So it leads me to believe that they painted the pitch black cars last in both the 2018 version and the 2023 last call version.
Yeah, I think 2979. Does that sound right?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, the first one reaches 115, but not enough to buy it right now. That's the 23, one of those last call editions. And then this would have been from 2018, the next one.
And this is going to be a unique opportunity also to see where the value barometer is for both the D170 and the 2018 Demon, because they're exactly the same, both pitch black with that red interior. Now, one difference is the 2018 version does not have the sunroof. The 23 version does.
And let's not overlook the fact that that 170 has 29 miles on the odometer. This one's been driven a little bit more. It's got 1,183 showing. Yeah, this was kind of the appetizer to the D170, the Demon.
Oh, the reserve's off here.
Yeah, it is.
Well, that may be very well played by the person who's purchasing this one, because the bid goes on the D170. Now whoever buys this one's got an opportunity to go to the bid goes on desk and make a deal for the matching VIN.
Yep.
Sold $89,000, Megan.
Lot S 213, 2023 Dodge Challenger.
You are correct, and the money is correct here as well. It's $89,000.
Boy, Chris, if Frank wants to take a break, you ought to jump in, man. You throwing those numbers around, and figuring out the lay of the land.
Here's another 23 SRT Demon 170.
36 miles on this one, Scott.
Oh, okay.
Same configuration too. Sunroof, no carbon wheels, got the demonic red interior, pitch black exterior. So essentially exactly the same car as we just saw go across 2 lots ago.
And we ended up at $115,000 on the previous car.
Boy, a car with an engine that churns out over 1,000 horsepower, and they'll sell one to anybody. Don't you think that they ought to vet someone, maybe do a little psychological screening or background check?
You'd be first in line.
Oh, boy.
No, but you're right. That's crazy.
Yeah.
36 miles on this one.
Right.
And, you know, my theory is not holding true. This is VIN 1838. So
Same difference.
that throws my theory of them painting the pitch black cars at the end out the window.
So sorry to hear that.
It was good, though. I mean, I bought it.
Yeah.
120.
All right. Well, here we go. The reserve's off at $120.
For 122,500. Sold $120,000, Megan.
Lot
Okay.
S 214, a 2023 Dodge Challenger.
There you go.
There you go.
And so we go from the D170 now to another one of those last call editions from 2023, one of the Challenger Black Ghosts.
Yeah, from the last of the last calls, which was the D170, to I believe the 3rd iteration of the last call, which is the Black Ghost. Of course, the tribute to the original Black Ghost, that 1970 Challenger RTSE that we had go across the auction block right here at Mecum in Indy, I think 3 years ago now?
Could it be 3 years, really?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. You might be right.
Might be. Yeah, the story's been told a million times about the original Black Ghost and its owner. And now we have the tribute car that, again, has a high degree of collectability. One of 300 that were produced in that last call series. And already we're over $100,000.
You're out.
And already the reserve's off.
Yeah, and yes, you were right. 3 years ago, 2023 in Indianapolis. Wow.
Come on, Kyle.
And what an exciting moment that was when the original Black Ghost hammered for sale at Mecum Indy, which is coming up again next month, of course. And I just have a special place in my heart, not only for the original Black Ghost, but these tribute Black Ghosts too, as you mentioned, Bill. The rarest of the last calls. They made 300 of these. They made 300 of the King Daytonas also.
Yes.
So those are the 2 rare versions of the last calls.
Well, the only thing missing on these tribute cars is the dent in the right rear quarter panel, which Godfrey Quall's kid made with his bicycle when he had the car in his garage.
Well, that one sold for $105,000 to the new owner with his young son in tow. And we'll now move forward to a 2020 Corvette convertible 3LT trim package in the first year of the new C8.
Well, let's get back to sensible Corvettes now, shall we? Yep, Sebring orange, natural interior, 495 horsepower, 6.2 V8, 8-speed dual clutch automatic. This one, plenty of things to play with in here. Magnetic ride control, all-speed traction control, the mode select. The driver selects the mode of travel, the valet mode, retractable hardtop, head-up display, has that HD front curb camera, so you don't ding the nose on one of those aggravating curbs in the parking lot.
Whoever ordered this car really loves that Sebring orange too, because the shark teeth are done in that same finish.
Oh, exactly, yeah.
Yep. Yes, indeed. $82,000 is the hammer price. Good enough on that 2020 Corvette. And we send it over to Shannon.
So, guys, I feel like all day long we've had a nice entree of cars come across the block. This is the dessert right here, this Star Mist Blue. It just looks like a cotton candy, almost like something so sweet that you just want to take it and eat it. Look at this beautiful color combination. The Star Mist Blue, of course, the white, that's a white padded dashboard here. It also has a portable white hardtop that can come out, but I just love this color combination and what it looks like. Remember, we started the day looking at the Ford Thunderbird. That was the M code. This is an F code, 57 Ford Thunderbird. It's only one of 16 Thunderbirds that are in this Star Mist Blue color that are the F code. So this is about to cross the block and hopefully go home with somebody, because it will make a very sweet treat in someone's garage. We'll be back with Houston right here, Mecum. We're getting ready for the final hour.
All the cars continue to roll toward our cameras and roll into your living room. Here today from the NRG Center in Houston, where just as we speak, it is 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock out on the East Coast, and we've got 1 hour to go. I'm Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens here in the booth, Chris Jacobs, Shannon Spake out and about on the floor. And Rutledge Wood not here with us, as I've mentioned. He'll be back with us in Indy next month. And we take a look at an Audi R8, Bill, from 2014. The second one of these that we've had already today.
Was the one we had before a fixed roof or a convertible?
You know, I believe it was a fixed roof, and it sold for like low hundreds, I believe.
Yes.
This one gavelled for 76.
Yeah, this is the R8. This is Audi going mid-engine exotic, 525 horse, 5.2 liter V10 automatic all-wheel drive, and away it goes.
I have always enjoyed those cars, and you know, I just get the feeling that a lot of people overlook them as being a significant player in the performance car world.
Yeah, you know, it finds itself in a population of rear mid-engine exotic cars now. Look at what McLaren is doing, and now Corvette even. And you're right, kind of gets swept up in the exotic firmament.
They are terrific. 2009 Cadillac CTS V sedan is on the block now.
Oh, these cars are so trick. That 6.2 liter supercharged V8 engine, which you could also find in that ZR1 Corvette. Kissing cousins.
Was that the engine that was in that lowered C10 yesterday?
Yeah, that's 638 horsepower. Yeah, this one's got, it's got all the right options in this. Oh, sorry to see it go.
And, you know, $20,000, that's pretty well done there. Well-bought car. 1957 Thunderbird convertible. This is an F code convertible.
That's a supercharged engine with 300 horsepower. Very rare. Concours rotisserie. Mel Price did the work on that. One of 196 of the F code birds were built. 3-speed manual. Okay, like that. Most of them automatics in these baby birds with a 2-speed overdrive. Star Mist Blue, white interior. Our own Shannon Spake got all twisted up over that color scheme, and I don't blame her.
Hey, you put this one into the sleeper category too with that F code.
Yeah.
Supercharged engine under there.
1957, you go E code with the 2 4-barrels, F code with the supercharger. And this was the last hurrah for the 2-seat bird. 58, of course, everything changed.
Well, going to be a little bit more than 110 to buy that bird here today.
Right.
And a little GMC Sierra 1500 will follow it up. This is from 1994.
Yeah, and I would say that the modifications that have been made to this might indicate this is an older modification. Short bed, step side, and the 5.7-liter V8 you see right there has an automatic transmission bolted to it. Suspension's been dropped, power steering and brakes, brand new Raceline billet wheels with some new rubber. And there you see the interior. Looks kind of gray, but in reality it's probably closer to black. Power windows and locks, AC, and that is the factory code of white paint that it has been painted in. Yeah, you see the fairings there and the rocker panel extensions and everything. That's kind of old school.
Kind of like a day 2 treatment on this.
Mostly all bolt-on things.
All right, and the high bid was $25,000 onto a 62 Chevy pickup.
And what have we done to this? Well, we swapped in a 350 with an automatic transmission. Painted it red, have a gray interior, put some custom wheels on it, and take it to Mecum and see what people will pay to own it. Great looking wheels there, those aftermarket wheels, all chromed out. There's the interior. Looks like some accessory gauges may have been plumbed into the dashboard. Hardwood bed, stainless trim.
35, 36.
Bids are climbing, and we're in the neighborhood for a truck like this.
Close bid at 35.
Not quite, though.
S223, a 2012 Camaro SS.
High bid at $35,000.
Yeah, I think something that begins with a 4 will probably sell that truck over at the bid goes on desk.
Okay. I cannot tell you how many times I was sitting in my living room when my son was younger, and he had Transformers on the TV, and I was watching it kind of just by being in the same room, and so this brings back some memories.
You're a good dad. Yeah, you know, what a franchise that whole Transformer thing was. I mean, we're talking about die-cast and video games,
and it's coming back.
And it's
bringing
coming
back
back.
The original cast.
Yep. And here we go. This is the Transformers edition of the 2012 Camaro SS. 425 horse, 6.2 liter with a 6-speed manual transmission. This one does not convert into a robot.
Oh, that was holding the bidding back.
Yeah, yeah.
25, and the bid goes on. All right, let's take a closer look here at a 1974 Plymouth Barracuda. You can tell right away off of the jump that something is up with regard to this one because of the paint, the wheel and tire package, and when that hood opens up, there's further proof.
The perfect choice for an upgraded engine in this Plymouth Barracuda, a 2017 Hellcat 6.2 crate engine. Perfect. 8-speed automatic transmission, which is what those Hellcats would have had. Frame-off restoration, vintage air. And 1974, the Barracuda was on its way to go behind the barn.
And you know, they did a really good job inside the car with this build between keeping some vintage components like the console, the dash, the door panels. Those are all original, but they've upgraded them and customized them with some touches in there. It's a nice balance between old and new on this build.
And let's see if we can sell it.
Huh? You talking to me afterwards, the guy?
We're at 62 right now.
62,000.
Boy, there's got to be an aftermarket exhaust system plumbed in there too.
What do
That's
I do?
got
There's those Willwoods again, Bill. Did you buy stock yet?
I'm close.
Race Star wheels all the way around. Really good look. Black 5-spoke
65
mags.
is selling it, right?
67. Now we're going 65. 65? Yeah, 65?
65. We're selling it, right?
65? 67? Where's it at now?
65,000.
Okay. All right. 55? 70?
65.
65 bid on the internet. You want to sell it?
65 is
Okay.
Sell it?
Going right on the internet.
You're going 65?
I can't guarantee it's going to go up.
Who's 65? Okay, 65.
65, sell it.
All right, so.
Reserve is off. 65,000.
Okay, the reserve is off. 65 is the internet.
Wow.
And that's where it's going.
That's another bargain today, I'll tell you.
That is really cool.
Yeah, boy, that's a very well thought out build. But I'll tell you, you know, that engine swap, if that's not perfect, I don't know what is. Put that Hellcat Hemi in that Barracuda.
And once again, for a 1974, perfect year to do that because you're not messing with anything that's very high profile and high performance from the factory.
Here's a 66 C10 custom work.
Yeah, a stroker engine you're looking at right now. That old fleet side short bed configuration. Holley electronic fuel injection was up top there. Stage 2 cam and computer underneath. 5-speed automatic. Gold paint. Beautifully applied. Look at how it works with that hardwood bed in the back.
It looks like he might have borrowed some of that saddle gold metallic from that Corvette that we had come through a little while ago.
Very true, man.
Similar, yeah. 10-spoke mags there. Are those 10 spokes, 8 spokes, or 12 spokes? I can't count them when the car's rolling.
Hold on. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10.
I had it.
You did.
Wow, that doesn't happen very often.
You gave yourself some wiggle room, though.
I did. Yeah, it was multiple choice.
Right, yeah, exactly. 70 was the high bid for that truck, by the way. This truck, 35 and climbing.
Yeah, a different kind of build, but the same sort of philosophy here. They've done a frame-off restoration, a short bed model, new sheet metal on this truck, big block 396, and that's been played with. Y-end intake with a 650 4-barrel carburetor. There's brand new headers, dual exhaust. Got that aluminum radiator, cool as a moose. Turbo 350 automatic and 356 gears out back. Oh boy, do those wheels fit perfectly. Look at those.
I was about ready to ask you what you thought of those wheels, man.
Absolutely dead on.
Yeah, those US mags filling up that wheel well really nice and a great stance too, especially on the short bed, just very stout.
I like that wheel design too. Sort of a semi-disc, semi-slotted mag wheel.
$46,000 bid. You want to get 47,000 on that.
Reserves off. 46 is the bid.
Viper red. I've seen a few vehicles painted that color today.
$46,000, Nick Spreckler.
Well, and 46 buys it. Look at that. Pickup truck in the books, in the sold column. Next on the block is another of the 2023 Challenger Black Ghost Last Call editions.
Yes, now I am going to defer to my colleague Chris Jacobs. Help me out, I'm blanking here. Was a manual transmission available in these cars?
Not on these, no. It was not an option, which is a little bit of a shame because obviously the original Black Ghost was a 4-speed.
That's my point, yeah.
I think that Dodge should have made the exception and offered a manual in this car. That would have, man.
Yeah.
You can add another 20 to the price if they did that, just as far as the aftermarket goes.
You could get a manual in a Hellcat.
Correct. In earlier years.
Years. But no, just the 8-speed automatic in these cars. 807 horsepower, 770 pound-feet of torque, which may be why they didn't put a manual in it. A supercharged Hemi making big numbers.
97.5 year.
All right, I'm losing money on this, Phil.
About 1,100 miles, by the way, on the odometer.
Okay. Reserve is off.
And that's probably what's keeping it down at this level versus the previous Black Custom we had that just basically had delivery miles on it.
Yeah, 89 miles on that.
Exactly.
All right, hey, we got to be 105. Do you want to be 105?
105. Did he bid 105?
He said no. He said 104.
It's 102.5 is the bid. 102.5.
Okay, yeah.
105. 102.5.
The guy tried cutting you for 105.
You won't do 105.
107.5. 107.5. 110.
Well, I can tell you this. Yesterday I spoke to the consignor of this vehicle who was selling it on behalf of his brother, who unfortunately passed away. But he had the car for a couple years. He bought it from the factory and then left it to his brother, who is now selling it on behalf of his brother's kids, who are going to get the proceeds from the sale.
Oh, so that's one family owned.
Yes.
All right, going to a new owner here from Mecum in Houston. Back with more coming up after the break on ESPN+. Oh, so good of you to join us today as we continue our live coverage in Houston on ESPN+. It's been a terrific Saturday, and we've got just under 45 minutes left with you today. And as we continue, we will do so with a 1968 Charger. Bill?
Yeah?
I'm going to turn you loose on the numbers with this bad boy.
Yeah, but there's hardly anything left on this that came from Dodge. Oh, boy. 526 cubic inch aluminum Hemi, built by Indy Cylinder Head, very famous company when it comes to aftermarket Hemis. 950 horsepower. Oh, my.
And that's on the dyno, too.
That's on the dyno. It's got CNC ported heads, the blower shop 871 supercharger, Holly Super Sniper dual quad, electronic fuel injection. Don't have time to get into all the other modifications, but I do want to show you what's cooking underneath. Look at that. Wow, that's a testament to the workmanship that went into this build. Look at how everything just flows together. Suspension, drive line rather, everything.
880 pound-feet of torque. Oh, by the way.
Uncontrollable.
Take a look at the meats in the rear as it rolls by, too, because you're going to need that much width to handle all of that torque. Look at that.
I don't know how I'd find a tire shop that could change the tire on those wheels. I don't think their machines could do it.
Wow.
Well, it maxed out here at $125,000. My goodness. Okay, 1976 Ford Bronco is on the block next, and I'm not kidding. We're starting the bid at $100,000 here.
Yeah, another high zoot Bronco here. Got a Generation 2 Coyote, 435 horse. 6R80 6-speed automatic transmission. The chassis is new. I mean, they basically got the new chassis and went from there. Fox suspension and lift kit. Unbelievable build. Look at the interior of that truck. Power windows, AC, hunter green paints the color, custom leather interior you just saw, 33-inch tires. This was a very labor-intensive modification on this little 76 Bronco.
135 bid, 140,000.
Yeah, by 76, Ford already had the big Bronco on the drawing board. That was going to debut as they went to the full-size SUV.
140.
And then sometime later, they went back to the Bronco 2. went the other direction.
Oh, man. Is that Hunter Green like the best you've ever seen?
Oh,
that
yeah.
is so good.
Oh, so good.
High bid at $135,000, and we'll go back down to the other end of the building and catch up in the 303 staging lane. Shannon is hanging out there. What's going on?
Well, you've heard of business in the front, party in the back. Well, I have business on the outside, party on the inside here with this Sprinter van. Go ahead, Dee. Dee's going to open this for me. This Sprinter van has actually been converted to all Maybach. On the outside, on the inside, take a look. Everything is absolutely beautiful. It has Rolls-Royce Starlight lighting up here. I know a couple of people that would love to take this. And by the way, guys, we're about to go across the block. We only have, 45 minutes left. We could put a bid on this, and then we could just take it and then go where we want to go tonight, because this is the party truck right here. Everybody wants to be my friend, guys, with me sitting in this baby.
That was such a cool shot when that door opened and revealed Shannon in the back there. Well done.
Yeah.
Good producers.
Yeah,
and cameramen.
We may have to put all of our credit cards together.
Yeah,
and,
that's not going to be cheap.
Yeah, that is something cool. That's pretty cool. Thank you, Shannon. All right, back to the auction block here with a little bit more reality that's ahead of us with a 68 Camaro. It has been customized. It's got some good horsepower, Bill.
Yeah,
but no Starlight headliner.
No mood lighting at all on this Camaro. Blueprinted big block. It's a crate engine. It's got 635 horsepower. 4-speed automatic, Detroit speed, front subframe. Man, oh man, again, we are looking at a vehicle that's had so much craftsmanship put into it. Jaguar, Alpine green paint. Gotta love that color. Look at how subtle that looks on this Camaro. Bayer 4-wheel disc brakes. Rack and pinion steering, again from Detroit Speed. Fisk wheels, 3-piece jobs. 18 in the front, 18 in the back. Michelin Pilot Sport tires. And look at the smooth bodywork on that Camaro too.
High bid at $90,000 on that 68 custom Camaro. We're going to step aside here and resume our coverage live. Well, wait a minute. Are we going to take a break? Did they reopen the bidding on this Camaro? Oh, okay. Well, in the meantime, we'll go ahead and check out the next car on the block. And it happens to be a 1966 Pontiac GTO. And what was that you mentioned earlier, Bill, about things that protrude from the hood of said car?
Any car that has something sticking up out of the hood is the kind of a car that I want. Holy moly. 850 horsepower, supercharged, 540 engine, V8 here, by Big Al's Toy Box. Yikes. And a custom chassis from Dooley & Sons of Magnolia, Texas. TKO 5-speed manual transmission that can handle 850 horsepower. Mercedes-Benz black, red leather interior, but I'll tell you, it's this engine transmission combination that is just from another galaxy in a 66 GTO. Look at the paint, finish work, interior. Oh, the show cars that we've seen today are just beyond.
I think these are Budnick wheels. I've never seen this style before.
Actually,
they're
shots.
not Budnick wheels, no.
They're shot, wheels, right?
They look good, though.
Very cool. With love those spinners.
Yeah, and again, kind of like a Halabrand kidney bean motif there. You see with the wheel vents.
125 is now 130 the bid.
Major,
all that,
yeah.
Go ahead, sorry.
Major project. I can't imagine how long it took to do this build.
All that interior, Mercedes-Benz, black and red leather. Did you mention that?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed it.
It bears repeating.
Yeah, I like the way they left all the original badging on the car, too. They didn't get tempted to take any of that off. Yeah.
Oh, show car indeed, and 130,000 will be sufficient to take that home.
Oh, with a blower sticking out of the hood. I'm ready, God. Take me home. Wow.
Here's an 85 K3500 from Chevrolet.
Yeah, nothing too wild here. It's got a big block, 454 with an automatic, 4-wheel drive. Pretty much an original truck here. They did replace certain things, you know, to bring it up to the level you see right now. Aluminum wheels and custom aluminum running boards with side exhaust. That's about it. Interior, yep. Originality, everywhere you look. And it sells.
30,000.
Interesting exhaust setup here with that quad exhaust coming out of a plate that they've fabricated off the rocker.
That's on both sides. You can see it.
I don't think that's an off-the-shelf item. I think somebody made those.
That is made in the shop.
Yeah.
All right. That has found a new owner today as well. Let's see what happens with this Chevelle Super Sport from 1967.
1967, that 1-year only body style. And it's got that light frost green metallic paint. Underneath the hood, that looks like a big block to me.
Yep. It's a real super sport, too. That's a matching numbers 396, by the way.
Right. Automatic transmission. And boy, it's getting the money. We're at $125.
135 now, sir. 135.
130. That's flawless.
140.
Sure, that looked like the 325 horse 396, by the way, which would have been the base 396.
Okay.
Boy, that final top looks like it was applied yesterday.
Yeah.
That is so good. And the red line tires, my goodness, the reserves off. We're at 140.
Exactly. So hang on.
Not an L78, not a 4-speed, but the bidders don't care.
That is good enough, barely, to make our top 10 at $140,000. Strong money in a really, really fine car. Okay, here comes Shannon's Sprinter van. Is she still riding in this thing or no? No, I thought she was going to just, you know, milk it and ride it all the way to the block.
I had like 10 people come up to me and want to be my friend while I was sitting in that thing. So it's a party van for sure. But business as well. You could take it to high-class functions. It's beautiful.
Sure is. Little 4-cylinder engine powers this, but it has that Maybach conversion by Sprinter van technology. That means a lot of the inside of this truck has got Maybach comfort and convenience items, including the roof, the seats, the controls, got the leg rests on those power seats, heated and cool seats, by the way, custom LED lighting package. I know. You know, there are some spas in this country that aren't outfitted as well as this truck is.
Yeah, 95,000. Won't buy it.
No, today. I knew that.
That bid goes on.
That's expensive little living room on wheels.
Yes, it is. Okay, here's a 69 K20 up next for our inspection.
Riding high up there. It's got a built 454 in there with aluminum cylinder heads and an automatic transmission. It's K-Truck, means 4-wheel drive. Vintage air, classic instruments, PPG, black, saddle brown interior. Power disc brakes, raceline wheels, 3-inch stainless exhaust. And the hardwood bed. Love to see that. Yeah, if you're going to go all the way on a pickup truck, you got to give as much attention to the floor of that pickup bed as the rest of it.
$57,000. $55,000 is the bid. $57,000.
I mean, it sounds kind of silly, but you can you can really make a statement and help that truck by really taking care of that bed.
Oh, yeah.
And the woodwork.
I mean, the bed on this long bed is the most square footage of the whole vehicle. Right in the heart of the glamour era, from 68 to 72, and then they went to the square bodies. Quite a period. Boy, I'll tell you, Chevrolet really had some real attractive styling on their pickup trucks. Meanwhile, the Ford F-150, they're selling more of those than the Chevys, and I've never been able to figure that out.
Crazy.
Yeah. Not that there's anything wrong with the F-150, but I think styling-wise, I think I would prefer the Chevys.
Well, the high bid on the pickup truck was $55,000. Let's see what we end up doing on the 68 Camaro Super Sport, which we've already taken a look at. There you see the turquoise stripe around the nose.
Yes, sir. LS3 packing a Whipple supercharger. Lingenfelter cam with a T56 6-speed manual transmission and a Detroit Speed narrowed 9-inch rear end. That is a bulletproof drivetrain for sure.
Yeah, Bill, this was my Pro Touring preview that I did a little bit earlier, and man, does this have a list of goodies on it, and a lot of them start with Detroit Speed. It's got the Detroit Speed mini tub, the Quadra-Link suspension in the rear, the subframe connectors, the stainless headers, all from Detroit Speed.
Yep. And I think you pointed out the forged line wheels, Chris, earlier.
Gas, 102.5.
Steering column from I Did It, Dakota Digital gauges, and so much more. Big money build.
If I do it for 5%,
yeah, big wheels, and they certainly work. Staggered setup, it looks like.
Yeah.
Nice wide tires in the rear. Needs that Detroit mini tub.
Gonna sell it too.
So $102,500.
Okay, and with that $102,500 hammer on a Camaro, we will step away, take a break, come back and continue our final half hour still to come here on ESPN Plus. Welcome back to the NRG Center in Houston in the State Farm booth. It is time for our State Farm moment of the day. You may be surprised to learn that great insurance is available for a surprisingly affordable rate. Let's hit the rewind button and take you back to when this 1973 Camaro came across the block in black interior, supercharged LS9, 6.2-liter V8 with automatic transmission. It ended up gaveling, there you see it, for $85,000. Wait for it, the reaction from the new owners was terrific, and there it is, the moment the gavel dropped. And they are thrilled with that Camaro from 73, and that is our State Farm moment of the day. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Back to the block now we go, Mr. Stevens, and this has got to get your goosebumps.
Yeah, bumping,
yes. 2019 Grand Cherokee Trackhawk.
I've owned a bunch of high-performance Grand Cherokees. The one I have now I've talked about. It's a 2018, all modified, 1,000 horse. But this is the Grand Cherokee that really stopped the SUV market cold in its tracks, the Trackhawk. Debuted in 2018, 707 horsepower, that Hellcat powertrain. And rather than me tell you what it's like to drive one of these, go on YouTube and see some of the videos that have been posted by people who drive one of these for the first time. I'm telling you, they just hook up and go. And they are not stripped-down Jeeps. A lot of creature comforts, a lot of things that you'd like in your Grand Cherokee anyway. Talking about the power seats that are heated and ventilated, and the navigation, the Apple CarPlay, all kinds of great stuff in there. I just love these things.
You know,
yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm just going to say it's right now trading at $50,000, which is nowhere near what they stickered for.
I actually tried to test drive one of these at my Jeep dealership at Indy, and they said no. And I said, wait a minute. I'm a friend of Bill Stevens, and they said, absolutely not.
That's why.
But seriously, they wouldn't let. They had two on the lot at that time, and this is not long after they were really released, and so they weren't letting anybody take them out.
Well, you know,
just display purposes only.
Yeah, they're hard to break. They're indestructible. Everything in them is heavy duty. But, you know, ever hear the term test pilot? When people sell their high-performance cars, they'll put in the ad, no test pilots.
Right.
And that's basically what the dealers are saying. They don't want people to come in and act as if they're going to buy one, but they just want to drive it.
Right, exactly. $52,000 is the high bid here on that track hog. Here we go with 1956 Pontiac Chieftain. This is kind of cool.
Oh, man, another high-end custom, and with a car that doesn't usually lend itself to customization, and yet here we go. 5.7-liter LS1, 4L60E, 4-speed automatic. Great job there of detailing that engine room, by the way. It's a show car, you can tell. Probably does get driven on the street, but mostly this was built for shows. A lot of special parts on this. The Bilstein shocks. I've heard it both ways, actually. Bilstein shocks, tubular upper and lower front control arms, front and rear sway bars, four-wheel power disc brakes from Willwood. Oh, my. That's a PPG metallic red, by the way, with Lexus Starfire Pearl White. Adding to that red, oh, my. Fat Man Fabrications provided the rack and pinion steering. Ford 9-inch rear end, high-end stereo, AM, FM, CD, and Sirius XM with front and rear speakers. They just kept throwing things at this custom build, and it is done to a T.
Get a load of that emblem on the very front fender of the car in front of that wheel. That is one of the coolest V8 emblems that I've seen in a long time.
It's the same as bringing 38. You okay?
Well, it's funny. Just around 1956, Bunky Knudsen was running Pontiac. He wanted to change their image because they had been a little frumpy, and that's when he started really changing their performance image. And boy, if Bunky were alive today, he'd look at this and say, "Man, we should have built one of these."
$36,000. That's enough to buy one of these today here at Mecum in Houston. Well, we've been at the NRG Center here the last couple of days, 3 days overall for the auction. It's been a terrific event, and we still have a few minutes left here before we have to say goodnight and look forward to Mecum Indy and the 39th Dana Mecum Original Spring Classic. And still some cool cars and trucks here for us. The 79 FJ40 Land Cruiser, case in point, Bill just gabbled for $60,000.
Yeah, the lovable FJ40. And this one all rebuilt, restored. And what they couldn't rebuild, they replaced. And that's why it sells for a very attractive price.
All right. Another Ferrari here. We've got one in our top seller list that we will share with you a few minutes from now. But here's a 98 550 Maranello.
I have never seen one done like this. You just got to look at that V12, 485 horsepower, 5.5 liter, 6-speed manual transmission. If I had to make a list of my favorite Ferraris, this would be on it. That Maranello, the 500 and the 550, front-engined V12 GT car with plenty of style and performance. Put a Kenwood stereo in this. Look at the blue paint. Blue paint, and how about black wheels? Very different.
Very cool looking too. And Bill, I know you love that gated shifter on this car too.
Sorry to see that go.
Are you okay with the black wheels in this case or no? I mean, I know you like the trim rings.
Yeah. I take my hat off to somebody bold enough to do that on a Ferrari, but I wouldn't be me. I would probably not do that. Yeah.
I just want to make sure that you weren't just completely unhinged now.
Fair question.
$140,000 will not get it done at the moment.
At least gloss. If they were gloss, would that be okay?
No.
No, just no black wheels. Okay.
No black wheels. The only way I'll take them is if you do something with the rim. Put some bright work on the rim.
Little chrome hoop, black centers would be okay? All right.
Correct.
Okay, here is the 78 Bronco with that gigantic 7.3 liter Godzilla V8 we were talking about earlier.
Exactly. Yeah, this is all about the torque. I mean, if you need to tow the Statue of Liberty, this is the truck that you need. 6-speed automatic, dual range transfer case, that PPG midnight blue metallic that Shannon pointed out for us, and the graphics package as well. And this is going to go to Bid Goes On,
you know,
if I'm not mistaken.
Come to think of it, the crawler that was taking the Artemis 2 to the launch pad stalled, and they had one of these
They should have had
weeks
this
ago.
standing by.
Oh, that's crazy. Oh, so good. $100,000. The bid goes on. We will come back with much more, still from Houston, in a moment. Well, as we near the end of the road here in Houston, let's run down our top-selling cars for this day. We'll begin with that 2007 Ferrari F430 Spider with only 466 miles showing. 4.3-liter V8 with the F1 style automated manual. Sold for $285 earlier. First time we've had a chance to have ZR1 on the block, a 2026 ZR1. This one with only 9 miles, 1,064 horsepower, the carbon fiber aero pack, the ZTK performance and track package and suspension package, $300,000. But far and away our number one car today, a 2011 Ferrari 599 GTO with the V12 power plant, 661 horsepower, one of 599 of these cars produced for 2011, and it brought a cool $1 million to lead the pack today in Houston.
Well, yesterday our top seller was a Harley-Davidson motorcycle. Today it's a $1 million Ferrari. It's nice to see that the universe is coming back into normalcy. And actually a couple of Ferraris winding up in our top 5.
Exactly, and loved that ZR1, that brand new ZR1 sold today here at Mecum Houston. All right, to the block right now as we await the arrival of this 1968 Camaro. Oh,
you okay?
I know. Get me an oxygen mask and a defibrillator, because this has just got so much visual. That's Paint Hall of Fame right there.
Yeah,
first ballot.
that is consensus all the way, and I can understand why you've got a little vapor lock there.
My check engine light is on.
Oh dear, yes. This was restored 4 years ago, but you couldn't fool anybody by saying that it was finished yesterday. 350 for power with MSD ignition, but it's all about the paint. That red candy apple paint. There you see a close-up of those 5-spoke aftermarket wheels and tires. The interior all been restitched, glove soft leather, the soft surfaces all done over again. By the way, it's a turbo 400 for the automatic behind that 350. And you see the cowl induction hood, and you see some of that candy apple in a darker and lighter tone. Looks like some ghost flames, ghost stripes rather, have been shot with a darker red that offsets the rest of the car. And just like that, that Camaro. And how many first-gen Camaro Customs have we had today? That's the latest. It sells for $48,000.
And that young man is about to have a life-changing moment with that car.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, $48,000. That is pretty cool.
Yeah, it is.
Well, we were talking about the ZR1 earlier today, Bill, and you mentioned the first year that Chevrolet used that was 1990, and here we go.
Yeah, the run-up to this car was incredible. Every automotive magazine was proclaiming the arrival of the king of the hill Corvette. You remember that we came through the 1980s, and there really wasn't a whole lot to get excited about in terms of Corvette performance. Maybe in 96 with the Grand Sport, with that LT4 with 330 horse. But when the ZR1 arrived in 1990, yep, everything changed. This one, NCRS Top Flight, NCRS scoring sheet. You can see exactly what the judges saw. The 375 horsepower, 32 valve, tuned port V8 is what powered the first year of the ZR1. 6-speed manual transmission. They all had manual transmissions in 1990. You see the white target top, black leather interior. And these cars continue to surprise me with how they have not really busted through on the value scale. Even low mileage cars now, we're not seeing them trading for what I would consider to be pretty commensurate for what you're looking at, a historically important Corvette.
We've been doing this show. This is the 19th year, and they've been in the mid-20s to mid-30s almost the entire way.
Yep.
With very few exceptions.
I predicted back then that watch this market. This is going to be a go-to car, and we're still waiting. Ultra low mileage, yes, we see them definitely trading for higher money, but yeah, these are still waiting for that big breakthrough.
29,000 was the high bid there on that ZR1. In the meantime, a supercharged Shelby GT500 from 2022. That's what we've got.
Yep. 760 horsepower, which was kind of a slap in the face for that 2019 ZR1 Corvette with 755. But anyway, this is a totally different category of car. We're talking about a pony car versus a sports car. But when it comes to horsepower, everybody wants to be calling the tune. This one was one of those go-to cars for Mustang lovers, the Shelby GT500 with a supercharged 5.2 automatic transmission, paddle shifted. And this one does not sell here on the block, and we'll see what happens if bid goes on.
All right, and we'll see what happens with this little 65 Mustang Fastback. We had a ton of these in Glendale. And this may be the first 65 Fastback we've had here this week.
It's kind of like the Mustang Fastbacks were replaced by the Gen 1 Camaros here in Houston.
Yeah.
Here you go. There's a look at the engine, 289. That is an A-code 289. Looks like it's got the aftermarket valve covers on there, open element air cleaner. 225 horsepower would have been the factory rating with a 4-speed. And of course, as you can see, someone is vibing the GT350.
High bid at 90 grand.
Wow, huh?
That's strong money.
Yes, and we do not see these GT350 replicas trade that highly, but in order to get that high, you've got to understand that the craftsmanship and the authenticity is all top shelf.
Okay, K5, wait a minute, did they open up the bidding again on the Mustang? No. All right, K5 Blazer that has been customized, and that's the reason why we're seeing bidding in the mid-hundreds here.
Oh my, this is a Pro Mod. LS3 crate engine. GM has provided a lot of the OEM replacement parts on this truck. Also the aftermarket. It's been called upon. It's got the Bowler True Street 4L65E automatic transmission. And oh, so many great modifications. But it will not reach reserve.
Take a look at all that great suspension underneath in the front. Wow, those Fox shocks in front of the 4x diff. That just looks fantastic under there.
Willwood brakes again, US mags.
And it's lifted high enough that you can actually see everything. I love that.
Yeah,
that
someone
is cool.
Someone will tackle that.
Look like the same wheels that were on that C10 pickup truck a few lots ago. Yeah.
Here's a 1950 custom Dodge Coronet.
Oh, we're going totally Fonzie now. Hey. Little rare, 2-door, 50 Dodge Coronet, 350 Chevy. It's got the flame-throwing exhaust kit. We can't demonstrate that here, but Actually, lead sleds popularized that. Basically what it is it feeds alcohol down into your exhaust pipe with a little igniter. You push a button and flames come out the exhaust pipes. And it's a real crowd pleaser. Got the old school flame paints on the front, fenders in the hood. And not an expensive car whatsoever. It's more valuable for nostalgia than it is for what was done to it.
All right, and not a lot of money. No, that's easy. $8,000 bucks.
That's all.
A little bit of a traffic jam here on the block. It's rush hour, I guess, on a Saturday afternoon here in Houston. We've got time for one more vehicle. We might not see it to the end, but it's a 72 C10 Custom.
And why not? Another beautifully presented Chevy pickup truck. C10 from 1972.
Yeah.
350 in it with only 751 miles on that powertrain. And some other modifications as well.
Well, guys, it's been fantastic. Our mission is over here in Houston. We are so glad you've chosen to spend a little bit of time with us. Up next, we will blast off to Indy for Dana Mecum's 39th Original Spring Classic. Our coverage begins May 13th here on ESPN+. For Bill Stevens, Chris Jacob, Shannon Spake, and our entire crew, I'm Scott Hoke. Thanks so much for watching, and so long from Houston. Good night, everybody.